The last time we played, we had a few things. Did I not save? Oh my god. I don't think I saved. Maybe I did. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, panic, panic. No, it's fine. We just didn't have anything, okay? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, don't worry. Thick beans. I was ready for another explanation mark scuff too. I mean, I deserve 2 layers of scuff for earlier. I thought you don't panic. I was panicked when I thought that the bot was broken to the point that, you know, all that other stuff was happening. I'm glad. Also, did we get a shout out for thank you so much. Did we get a shout out for Cause? Thank you so much again for the raid. Welcome in Cyber, welcome in Brett, welcome in Mr. Bing and Steve. You did? Okay. There was no worries. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Can't panic here. This isn't the disco. It's true. I just realized Cause was here. Cause rated. Oh boy, you guys are making it. You guys are at, you're almost defeated. I don't even remember what the prize was. Cooking stream? It was cooking stream. You're Sagra not noticing you? Oh, big sad. We have a lot of things we got from other games, by the way, if you haven't noticed. So the I miss Fogs. We had a rule that Fogs and Scarth are omitted from that because of the fact that they're the only people that can actually give out stream loots cards and the other cards, other things. And if you remove them, like Streamloots card stuff won't work. I'm invincible. But I can refund the card to you if you want to pick somebody else. Are you getting so many pieces of hearts from other games? Kuko attack! Okay, I'll go see chickens. Actually, where can I even find chickens? Oh, I can find chickens, that's right. I'll go see chickens as soon as I stop getting my mice from other games. Boss is defeated. We have, in fact, defeated the boss. Okay. Boss stuff. We'll fix boss, and then we'll go and do we'll go do chickens. There's a couple things we can do here with all the money and everything else that we got. Boss defeated! Broken Link is in fact broken. The my upgrades are not randomized. Alright. Welcome to the new boss. We're gonna say hi to ISP Rexed. This is our new boss. He wrecks the ISP. Is the Wi-Fi boss. You know, the Chrome dinosaur. Okay, let's get the actual HP bar. Back. So it's 20, minus 20. My brain, hello? I moved Mix It Up Bot to the wrong monitor. Now. How do I math? What's my favorite side quest in the Legend of Zelda game? I feel like that's the wrong number. Is that right? Hang on. We had negative 20? Was it actually negative 20? Yeah, it said negative 20. Okay. Actually, it said 20. Listen, I gave you a free 20 damage, okay? Now that I think about it, yeah, it was actually 20. But that's fine. You get 40 damage instead of 20. Listen, today has been a crazy day, okay? Oh no. No bees. Alright, we're looking for chickens for the Kuko attack. Come back. I don't know what actually I don't think I've ever attacked chickens in this game. Will I get? Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, they still, even when the chicken's off the screen. Oh my god. Listen, I need to buy this. An oil maker? Yeah, sweet. Dragonair. No? Oh, darn. I really thought. I was like, what doesn't look like its evolution? Dragonair. What? It's not marking the stuff that I've picked up. Okay. Close? Is it Dragonite? Yes? Okay. We got ourselves a shield. I need to connect this again, because for some reason it's not connected. And I think it's because I took too long. Nope. Okay, well, it's not connected and I don't know why. That's fine. It's fine. Nothing's broken. All according to plan. Oh. Also, thank you, Frank. I am doing well. I'm slightly stressed. All according to plan. Let's equip a hammer. Go in here and grab a chest. A life vessel for Symphony of the Night. Fudge Muffins is right. Wait, I have a sand rod. Don't I? I keep forgetting there's a second copy of the sand rod inside of Stardew Valley. So this is a Archipelago Multiworld. This is 10 games connected together, and you'll notice below me is the, as I'm picking up items, it's saying what it is and where, like, all that other stuff. So, like, where it's going. So there's a Mai here, which is, in fact, a mushroom for a link to the past. What about second sand rod? So the reason why I got a whole bunch of items at the beginning of the game was because, I had gotten them from the other games. Alright, we have, what's this? A meal ticket. Why not? Can always use a friendly meal. We'll also get a heart vessel for 50 bucks. Aw, I'm sorry, Molly. I hope you take care of yourself. A resource pack for warp totems for the mountains. We'll get that. So all of these are not necessary, but we're going to pick them up anyways because, we're gonna pick them up anyways because they add to our, check total. So we're able to then use the check amount, the percentage amount of how many checks we've done in the game in order to do hints and stuff. Actually, what I should also do is put that there. Hey Crate, welcome in. Also welcome in Mosh and Foji and Walkit and Blue Dragon and Titan and Surduck and Star Fury, X1011, Cyber Chow. I appreciate you all being here. Also Cyber, I think Cyber Tyke also earlier. I don't know that I've said hi to you as well, but I did see you and I appreciate you. Ah, Meow Trap for Stardew Valley. I don't even know what that is. Cats? It quite literally meows at you a bunch. Excellent trap item. Oh my gosh. Bats. Bone Mill for Stardew Valley. I'm not sure what that does. Go away. Wait, do I have flippers? I sure do. Ooh, resource pack for 3 crab pots to Stardew Valley. That's actually really nice. Hey, welcome in, VX. VXP Pro Doctors. Mark that down. We got lamp. What do we got? Crab pots are really good, especially because I have fish sanity on. So, you know, not having to buy them is nice, especially when I was really, really struggling with money yesterday in the game. So we have a heart container for Ocarina of Time here. So one of the cool things that I like about A Link Between Worlds is that I don't have to worry about inventory management, and it's just stamina. Well, apparently I did not mark down the fact that I got this Mai, because it is not marked on my tracker. Whoa. I actually, last night I found Summer in Stardew Valley. So I've already started Summer. Oh my god, I'm being harassed by crabs. Can I just find a merch bracelet in this game? I'll be big happy face. They didn't like that you took their pots? It's true. Five bombs for Ocarina of Time. Okay, well. We've got stuff there. So, let's go back outside. And there's a couple places we can check. There's only like 3 other checks in this game before we have to swap to a different one. But yeah, this game is on 3DS. It is pretty cool. I'm a little biased. I like it a lot. I've played it on the GDQ events, like hotfix and stuff. I need a hammer out instead of bombs. Whoa. She too is pretty cool. Wait a second. A Questagon for Tunic. Yo, you know, welcome in, Spoodle, welcome in. I'm being harassed by birds. So we've gotten one check in here, but we didn't have the lamp earlier in order to light the torches, which is required in order to go in here. Also, we saw a lamp somewhere. Oh, it was in Ocarina of Time. Yes, that's right. We saw a lamp in Ocarina of Time. There is one lamp behind the is it Adult's Wallet? Which one gives 500 rupees? Omni Geodes. 4 Omni Geodes for Stardew. Giant's Wallet, thank you. Get out of the wall. Yeah, there's a lamp locked behind giants. There is a lot of things in Ocarina of Time. No. That is locked by Giant's Wallet and Adult's Wallet. I I love how they play the mini boss music for Pose here. Yeah, it's pretty funny. They're like, oh man, it's the Pose. All right, so we're gonna use the bell. I mean, Pose are pretty dangerous at the beginning of the game. This game was the reason you bought a 3DS? I bought a 3DS for Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. So we'll bomb this open because I didn't get a checkpoint. Nintendo must port this game over to the Switch 2 at some point? Maybe. I mean, they might end up just remaking it, right? You bought a 3DS for Monster Hunter. I hear the Monster Hunter for the 3DS was pretty good. I've never played it myself. The only Monster Hunter I played was Monster Hunter Worlds, and Monster Hunter Rise I have on, is it Rise? That I have on Switch? Not Switch. Is it Switch? Yeah, the one with the golden retriever. Yo! Rise has the rideable doggos. We got 16 ore for Minecraft, and that puts us in BK mode for this game. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do in this one. Back to the house. Twilight Princess remake would be a thing. They did remake it for the Wii U. So I feel like a port is inevitable. But I didn't think it was gonna come to the Switch 1. It's possible that that's gonna be coming to the Switch 2 though. Yo, have a good night, Blue Dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out. Alright, looks like we're good. I hope they'll port 4 Swords from the GameCube to Switch 2. I just want to be able to buy it instead of it being added to the online service nonsense. I don't want to be having to subscribe in order to play a game. I just want to play the game and own it. Okay. A Link Between Worlds, currently in BK mode. I'm trying to swap scenes, but I can't figure out where my scene is that I needed to go to. My hood is inside out. All right. How is everyone, by the way? How are you all doing? Okay, this is A Link Between Worlds. We'll close that. I'm doing some async? Oh my gosh, let me tell you 2 things while I'm setting up the next game. While I figure out what game it is that I'm gonna set up. Let me look through my trackers here. See which one has the most green. Not Tunic, that's for sure. Twilight Princess is very not green. Subnautica is the no green. Stardew Valley still has a bunch of green. Symphony of the Night has some green. Raft has a lot of green. Ocarina of Time has some green. Wait, why does it have green? Because I got bombs. Did I get a bomb bag? I should have started with Ocarina of Time. Is there a wiki entry for what this is? There's been like 4 or 5 commands played to explain what it is. I've talked about what it is. It is a multi-game Archipelago randomizer where all the items from all the games are shuffled across all the games. So you have 10 games. All the items for those games are all combined together and then shuffled amongst each other. Like, so you know what a randomizer is? I'm not trying to like be like whatever. I'm just confirming that you know what a randomizer is, right? So like imagine a randomizer, but all the games that are randomized together. So like you can find an item for one game in another. It's not a shuffler, that's a different thing altogether. It's a multi-world. So that means that there's multiple words in one. So there's like multiple games in one, right? So it's so when it's like multi-world, it means that the each world, right, is its own game, right? So you imagine a Link to the Past, right, and a Link Between Worlds. There are 2 separate worlds. When you combine them together, there's multiple of them now, and the items are shared amongst each other. So that's why, yeah, multi-world. Not a shuffler. Shuffler just means that the games will automatically swap every so often. That's a completely different thing. Open a chest in A Link to the Past, find weapons for Castlevania. Check spot where Wild Chicken would be, send hookshot to A Link to the Past. Exactly. Yeah. It's, apparently I have like 5 tabs of Streamloots open right now, and I'm trying to close them all because I don't need that many tabs for Streamloots. There we go. It is connected to a server, so like you have to log in, or the game, so the games are modified in a way that, why is my RAM usage? You don't even want to see my RAM usage right now. The Mix It Up bot, like doing these, after a while will actually just, I'll have to stop streaming because it'll just crash my computer otherwise eventually. 8 hours was about as much as my computer could take before it was like just legit going to break. It got to the point where my computer was lagging so hard I had to actually restart my computer after I raided in 40 minutes. Thank you, Jack. There's a command. What is it? AP World? Exclamation mark AP World? It's even worse with VTuber stuff going. Exactly, because then I have 3 extra programs running. So there's yeah, thank you, Scarth. Basically, there you have to modify. Thanks to Rashkavar for this wording as well. You have to modify the game in order to talk to the server. So they won't all work. Like, you can't just put any game in there. Also, welcome in, Nitsky. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the good luck. You can't just put any game in and have it automatically work. The games have to be modified and programmed with patches and everything else all, so that the games can speak to the Archipelago server. The server gets information on what the items are and then sends that back to the game as like in its own language. Everything's all connected to a server, so yeah, hopefully that explains it. I'm not the greatest at explaining it on the fly. But the Archipelago system has its own server that you can connect to. You have your own like hosted room on that server, and your games connect to each other by communicating with that server every time it sends something out. So you'll see the pop-up that comes up on the bottom of that screen that I was just on. That was telling the server which items I got from that game. So it was like, hey, you got also Sparkboy, welcome in. I don't know that I've said hi. I did see you too. But yeah, you'll see the items. Those are the codes that it's sending to the server. And the server's like, oh, when you connect with that other game, the one, let's say if I was on Linked, or if I was on Twilight Princess, and I connected later with A Link Between Worlds, the server will look at my save file and see that I'm missing, that the server has gotten information that I should have these items and I don't have them. So it'll be like, oh, you got these items, and then it'll send those codes to my game so that it'll unlock those items. You'll see basically anytime that I log into any, especially the Zelda games, I have to sit there for like 5 minutes going da-da-da-da, 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 for like gosh only knows how long, because like I'm getting a whole bunch of items because the server's like, hey, you don't have these, you should have these, the server says you have these, so here you go, here's the items. It's pretty cool. She has to make those exact hand motions and sounds too. Sounds like Lincoln's trying to be a referee. NFL referee. Oh, okay, we're gonna hop into Raft next. Raft should be relatively quick. All it's gonna be is me. I don't have anything to like go to any of the islands. What I need right now for Raft is specifically to hand in a couple of items to the smelter, and I'll unlock like 15 checks from it. Not even, it'll be way more than 15 checks. And then after that, we're gonna hop into Ocarina of Time, because we have a bunch of things in that game that we can do as well. If we still have time afterwards, then we're gonna go to Stardew. But Raft is gonna have to be the next thing. Just so that I don't get too many items in that game too quickly. Saku's a spider? Wait, why am I a spider? So games like Tunic, Raft, Stardew, Subnautica, they all have mods for the game that you have to install in order to work. The games like A Link Between Worlds and... Well, actually, A Link Between Worlds also has a mod that you have to run for that. Also, my computer is lagging because I'm opening Raft. But things like Twilight Princess and A Link to the Past, SMZ3, they actually patch your game file, so that you like all these things, right? You have to own the game. But things like SNES games, the N64 games and stuff like that, they actually patch your game file so that it can run, so that the server knows. But yeah. The client is looking for specific entries. If you can trigger the item receipt via SRM, it would trick the server, yeah? Or maybe it's the location, but it would work either way. Doesn't it just figure that Raft would sink your computer? Wrong button. Well, bam. Okay, it actually worked the first time. Oh my god. .1% done after about a month. Oh my gosh. That must be bananas though. What's the name of the boss? It's ISP Rexed. Cause your internet dies. ISP wrecked. ISP Rex. It's the Chrome dinosaur. You know, the offline jumping dinosaur thing? Sadly, the 1000 world async will not finish because the platform will not support that AP world years before he finishes. What do you mean? Yo, nice. Tifa with the 18 months. Thank you. The randoing is going well. I'm trying to fix my camera. All right. So, this one should also be relatively quick. I mentioned before, there's a bunch of, I mean, the thing is, right, eventually the game starts spiraling. Yeah, it might seem like it's going as slow, like super slow right now, but like eventually the game starts spiraling and then you run into a situation where, you know, things start to kind of... Yeah. But he can just, if he's already got the world open and already got the room open, would it break if it's already loaded? Thank you, Tifa. Waypoint. Yeah, I guess that's true, Udai. Alright. Willard J. Bradley with the 52 months! Yo! Can we get a shout out for Willard? Thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're doing well. How you doing, Willard? This should be relatively quick. We need smeltery stuff. I have a lot of things. What do I need? I need to make a smelter. Badly. Very badly. That's me. That's the Meowth number. Hi, friend. How are you doing, Willard? I really wish that somebody had given me, actually, I really wish that somebody had given me, a lamp. I say somebody as if like anybody else there's like anybody else in the game. I just want to be able to see, but everything's so dark. Okay. So what we're doing is we're building smelters. We need bricks. In order to get bricks, we need clay and we need sand. We have sand. Not enough sand. Dry bricks, we need... we also need more than this for scrap. Yuck. Okay. Curse those other Sakus. Alright, well, we gotta deal with Bruce, I guess, because there's no way we'll survive. Can we build another weapon? Because I need to... I don't have metal. Job's done. All I need to do, literally, in order to make a ton of progress, is, just build a smelter. That's it. Potato. Alright, where's Bruce? There's Bruce. Alright. We're just going to, play chicken with a shark real fast. You're gonna need a bigger boat? I probably will, to be honest. Oh, that one actually hit. Yeah, no worries, Tifa. I should actually pay attention to what I'm doing. So all we're doing is we're gonna build a smelter. And once we do, we'll be able to get vine goo, which will unlock a bunch of recipes, as well as, oh, I missed that one. What? The hitbox for this is a little weird. Bop! You got... I'm not making poor life choices. I'm kicking butt. Except for that. Oh God. I was trying to get under the water and, oh my gosh. You know, this guy is making it really difficult. He should die right away, though. Although I'm a little worried that my stick might run out before he's dead. Like, he's looking really beat up. But also, I have one more hit with my stick. If he doesn't die here, I have to make another one. Yo? Oh my god! All according to plan. That was amazing. Oh my god. Okay, I need some water. Okay, now we need stuff. We need scrap, and we need mostly sand and clay. That's what we're looking for. Sand and clay. Sand and clay. Any clay? Okay, here's one clay. Wow. We're looking a little clay less here. Also need at least one of these. Maybe two of them. Sand. All according to plan. Need more scrap. Need clay. There's copper. We don't need copper right now. We will need a lot of copper in the future. That's a problem for future Saku. Right now our problem is clay, which we are not finding anywhere. What is going on here? Oh, there's some clay. So we need 6 wet bricks. And in order to make wet bricks, we need 2 clay, 2 sand. So I think that's 12 sand and 12 clay. We don't have nearly enough. And it's looking like, honestly, it wasn't worth killing this guy for this, because we're not going to get it here. We're going to need to go to another island. Sand. Can I see any more? Oh, clay. Yes. One of these. One of these. One of these. We're gonna have Bruce back soon, so we have to be careful because we can't fight him off. I think this is 12 sand in total. But also we need one more sand for glass. Because we can also smelt glass. Thankfully we have sand here. Because if we research glass, that's another bunch of checks. I panicked for a second because I saw that and I thought it was... I saw a shadow for that moving and I thought it was Bruce. I don't see any more clay. Oh god. Bruce can swim through the island, which is kind of a little mean, instead of around the island. Oh, there you are. No, thank you. Goodbye. Okay, that one was kind of silly. Where are you? I don't know where you are. Okay, well, he's gonna show up and he's gonna attack the boat, and I don't have anything to stop him. There we go. Now I do. Okay. How are we doing with, we need some wet bricks. 1, 2. Okay, well, we have 2 wet bricks. It's okay. Not enough. Nearly. We're gonna have to go to another island to get some more. Nice. Okay, there should be planks and stuff coming through here. We're gonna need to pick some up. So, try to make sure we're at least doing that. And we gotta look for an island. Put that in there. Try to like put as many of the junk things in there as possible. We'll cook some beets. Gotta find another island so we can get some more wet bricks. And then that turns into dry bricks. And dry bricks is how we make smelters. This should be relatively quick as long as we find an island quickly. So what we're trying to do here, the way that we get checks in this game is by researching things on the crafting table. So we have a bunch of things here that we've learned. These are all the checks that we've gotten for this game so far. Once we put in an item, so for instance, a hinge or a bolt or, you know, all that other stuff, then we'll be able to, research the recipe. It won't give us the, oh, that was the place I just came from. It won't give us the, sorry, it won't give us the recipe that we're actually, like, researching. That's found from the other games or from, you know, it's randomized, basically. I was really hoping that we would get scrap from that. So I like to turn my screen because you can see sometimes out of the corner of your eye, if you're looking around at islands, for instance, that one over there, that's like far away and, you know, you can't see it. But if you move it to the side of the screen, you can see it clearly. So that's what I'm looking for right now. But that's why I'm like moving my screen around like that. There's a crate over there, which is really good. These typically have much better stuff in them. So, I'll tend to go for them before barrels. Still no scrap, though. I think my game just lagged, which means there should probably be a larger island oh yeah, it's right there. I can see it a little tiny bit. Right there, there's a larger island. So the story islands actually won't show up until you get a receiver and an antenna. But there's actually some large islands that you can find along the way. Yeah, the clips won't actually record the loots stream loots audio. That's intentional. Infamous adds it after. Infamous adds it after. But that's because I can't tell it which Streamloots cards to keep the audio for, and some of them will get me dinged for copyright. It's very dark. You can see the island. You can always tell when, like I said, when you get a bigger island like this, the game kind of lags. So... I would really like to build more, I'd like to build collection nets, but I need to build a smelter first. Go away. Oh no! Look at that island! That should have more than enough clay and sand for me, but I'm probably gonna have to build another stick because I'm gonna have to beat up Bruce. Hello? No? Okay, we're gonna rotate this directly into the island because we don't have an anchor. Hey, Saku, question for you. What's up? Prefer to take your break at the top of the hour or at the 2-hour mark of stream? I can't save this game, or I can't pause the game. So, probably once I stop playing this game, which should be very soon, as soon as I build a smelter. So I'm not gonna do it like, I'll do it around the 2-hour mark, but not necessarily at the 2-hour mark. But I do need to take a break soon. It's in 10 minutes. Oh, because it's 12, that's why you're saying that. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, so I have 10 minutes to get a smelter built. Got it. I'm looking for clay and sand and not a puffer fish, please. That is in fact why you're asking. I figured. I see you. How am I doing? I've got 5 clay, 2 sand. There's sand at the beach. There's sand at home. So we built 2. How much clay do I need then? If I have 2? I need 10 in total. I'm at 6. No, wait, hang on. 2 is not 10. 2 is 8. I need 8 in total. I can probably take a break while the bricks are drying. Okay, that should be. Pretty sure that's sand. Okay, that's kind of yuck. Oh, that's not fair. I can't grab any of that because I'm... Okay. Yes. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all the clay I need, for sure. So now we just go back, and hopefully we don't attract the attention of a piggy. Oh, it's an alpaca! Alright, Bruce. I'm here. Bring it on. He's gonna come and attack the boat. When you leave the boat for a specific amount of time, when you come back, he attacks. So, I'm just preparing. Can I look away? Is it safe? Are you gonna come attack the boat? Probably while I'm looking away. Go away, Bruce. I don't want any of your stuff, okay? Where'd the other ones go? Okay, we have 2 dry bricks. What goals have we unlocked so far, and what phase are we in Sakuthon? We have unlocked 4 goals. 5 goals so far. Oh, I don't even think I told you what the next, or what this goal is. Okay, hang on, let me drink water, because I can't pause the game while this is going on. Fill that up. Place planks. Place planks. Place cooked beet. Oh, I knew it. Go away. Alright. How does Minecraft work for it? Well, soon, apparently it won't either, because that's another one. If you have the Minecraft AP world, be careful, because you might want to hold on to it if you want to ever play it, because it's going away. It is, you can't, so Minecraft is, hang on. First things first. I'll tell you about Minecraft in a minute. Goals that we've unlocked so far: a link to the past Hex Sanity, a link to the past Hell Sanity, karaoke stream, 1 week of bonus streams, which got bonafide, like bonusified to 2 weeks of bonus streams, and a cooking stream. This one that we're unlocking right now is GameCube roulette. So if you've seen me in my N64 roulette, my SNES roulette, and other things like that, it is GameCube games where we kind of like shuffle through them. Like, yeah, ones I haven't played before. Second thing, Minecraft randomizer in Archipelago is unlocked via advancements. So every time you complete an advancement, it unlocks a check. And the checks for Minecraft are your crafting recipes. So progressive resource crafting is, let's say, furnace. You can't craft a furnace until you unlock progressive resource crafting. If you get progressive resource crafting 2, then you can craft like like because it's progressive, right? If you get the second copy of it, you can now craft ingots into bricks or like blocks. So you know, for some advancements, you need blocks of iron. Let's say if you want to build an iron golem, you can't make it if you don't have blocks of iron. So you know, checks like that. It's pretty neat. And now that we got attacked by Bruce, I'm going to quickly take a break. I need to take a quick heat break because it is 34 degrees here and I'm slightly hot. Oh, did you want the cane of Samaria? Here's the recipe to make it. It's, yeah. It's one of those things where you need specific items or like you need crafting recipe. I can't make a bed without the bed crafting recipe. I can't make tools without the tools crafting recipe. So if I want to build a stone pickaxe, I need progressive tool crafting. If I want to build a sword, like a stone sword, I need progressive weapons crafting. And so unless you have those items, you're not going to be like, unless you have that unlocked, you literally cannot build another, like you can't build weapons. You just have to find them. And Minecraft and Stardew and Raft can be broken a little bit because of the way that that things work with the way that things work with the way the archipelago works in general. And yeah. Anyways, taking a break. BRB. I'm going to take a quick walk outside of the room because it's hot as heck here. And unfortunately, I can't pause the game. I'll save the world. But yeah, BRB. All according to plan. I don't know that the boss is going to be on the break screen, but yeah, BRB. I return. Oh, wrong scene. Here we go. Thank you for the welcome back. I came back and Bruce was attacking my ship, so I fixed it. But yeah. Yo, Weatherman with the Prime resub, thank you so much. Also, I don't know if I've said hi to Mernko, but Mernko has been here like since the very beginning on YouTube. So I appreciate you. I did see you. There was a lot of stuff happening at the time. But I don't think I said hi, but I did notice you. So we're gonna build a smelter, which needs, ooh, do we have enough scrap? Okay, we do. We very much need a bigger raft. So we need 1 sand to go in here. We're going to rotate this so we can leave. Oh God. We're gonna leave this island and wait for these things to smelt. While we're doing that, we're going to just make a couple of crafting thingies. Oh God. Like net collections. Maybe. We need planks badly. We always need planks. What is, like, always need planks? Just keep hitting the islands. Hey, Gizmo. Glass. Alright, here we go. Research glass. That'll give us 2 new recipes. A drinking glass for... Wait, no, that's zircon for Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And that one gave us 5 rupees for Ocarina of Time. Well, heck. Not amazing, but still. It's progress, I guess. Okay, we need copper. I have copper. Okay. It's always nighttime in this game. And now it's raining. I appreciate you. Thank you, Brinko. Alright, what are we building? We're building a collection net. As soon as we have rope. And then we're building another collection net. As soon as we have rope. So that as long as we have a collection net, we should be fine. Because we'll just, like, as we're floating along, we'll just find things automatically. Wow. We'll do this while we're smelting, because we have to wait anyways. There's nothing much we can do in this game until we get receivers and antennae. We have a receiver. You'll notice in here we have the receiver, but we don't have the antennae, which means we can't do anything to, you know, go anywhere. So 2 artifact troves to Stardew Valley. I don't even know what that is. For metal, we're actually going to need to smelt 3 of these. Ooh. Get as many barrels as we can. Up. That one. This is basically how we expand our raft, and we're going to need to in order to continue. So one of the cool things is collection nets don't actually count towards your total spots on your raft. So you have a specific amount of speed that you go depending upon how big your raft is. But collection nets actually don't count towards that total. So if you can fill up your bottom of your base thing here with collection nets, then you won't have, oh god, then they won't actually count towards your speed. Well, as a negative, basically. Welcome back, Scarth. That's why I'm trying to get as many collection nets built as possible, because not only does it make me faster, but also it, yeah, it helps collect items, so. Collection nets help collect items. Listen, I never said that it was like rocket science here. Alright, 1 metal ingot goes in here. And look, we get 3 crafting recipes. So one of them is money for Tunic. One of them is progressive mine elevator to Stardew. And the other one is a rupee for a link between worlds. So again, we need another one of these crafted. And we need to put planks and stuff there. So one of the other things that we need to do is also protect these so that Bruce won't attack them. Bruce will only attack the outside edges. So if we can make collection nets this entire outside of the raft and then put things along the outside of the edge here to prevent Bruce from attacking them, then it'll be fine. Something just loaded and my game lagged, which means there's probably a big island somewhere nearby. When are we gonna do another raft run? I've got so many games in the games queue right now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do another raft run for a long time. These planks. raft with friends, easy peasy. Oh yeah, I'm dying of thirst. What else? You know what else I got a recipe for? Purifier. Oh, I need 4 glass for that. Ah, no! I only have 2 sand left? No, that's butts. Okay. Well, that's fine. If I had slightly more sand, I'd be able to... It's fine. It's fine. What am I doing again? I was making... Oh, a hinge. Yes. A bolt. So if I give the bolt to this... Look at how many recipes we've got because of that. So we have, let's see, money for tunic. A Hylian shield for Ocarina of Time. A star drop for Stardew Valley. 5 rupees for Ocarina of Time. A Mai for A Link Between Worlds. Money, 5 money for tunic. And 20 rupees to Ocarina of Time. Make sure we pick up more planks because we need a lot of them. Is that a whale? Hello? There's a whale! No! Oh god, no, that's not what I wanted. Oh, that's fine. We'll make a hinge. Craft the hinge. So this is a magnet ring for Stardew Valley. Money for tunic. And water bombs for Twilight Princess. So now we need vine goo. And it'll unlock a whole bunch of stuff. Also, we need a circuit board and an empty bottle. And all those are... We also need titanium ingot, which is another check. Wow. There is a whole bunch of stuff that will unlock if I get everything. So I know that we have progressive bottle. So we need 4 vine goo. We have 2? Oh, we might actually need to make another stop at an island. Because I do need more seaweed than I thought I did. We've already researched seaweed, I believe. Yeah, it'll say researched if I did. So, now that we did that, I'll take this. The later I wait to eat the food, the more it actually heals me for, or not heals me, but the more it gives me for stuff. Yeah, see, this is what I was worried about. Bruce is already trying to get to the... Bruce is already trying to get to this. Can I make more collection nets? Yes. We'll put one there. I need more. Hey, there's an island! Oh! I don't think I'm gonna get that. I wanted those. That's fine. Oh no! My My stuff is broken. It's fine. We'll just grab this and go back. Quick! I need to go to that island because I need more vine goo. Hello. I can, in fact, place things on a table. Alright, we got monster guts for a link between worlds. We have money to Tunic. We have mining level to Stardew. We have a lantern to Tunic. That is massive. A lantern for Tunic is huge. I think this might, like, go directly into the spot that I needed to. Yes. Okay, good. A Thorn's Ring to Stardew. And Copper Ore to Subnautica. Can I not make a... I can't make a circuit board. I don't actually have a circuit board unlocked, so I can't make a circuit board, but I can make bottles. So that's fine. I also need glass, but whatever. Bam, bam, bam. How do I want to handle this? I guess we can keep smelting glass. I'm gonna be harassed by this bird. Oh yeah, I still don't have a hook. Cheese. A what? You have grilled cheese? I want grilled cheese. I actually have bread to make grilled cheese, which is a shock because normally I like turn all my bread into normally I turn all my bread into French toast. I don't know that this is safe. It's still moving. Yo, someone's going to bed? Griff? Yo, Griff, have a good sleep. Okay, we'll do this before we die. Okay, we'll put a couple things away, I guess. We don't have enough space for... I mean, I guess we can make a hinge. We'll put a box on the floor. Although I don't like this because it's in a bad spot. We'll put it here. Because at least this spot's protected. Mostly. This spot is also not protected. I'm not going to be able to save this. Unless I get more rope. I need to keep that safe. I need to keep this safe. Where are you going? Trying to become a land shark? Oh no, 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 no. Go away. Oh, oh my god. Listen, I need this. Many, many of this. Go away. I'm drowning. Whoa, 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 whoa! There was a puffer fish I didn't see. God, now I'm poisoned. I'm in the middle of dealing with Bruce. I don't have time for puffer fish. Oh, hi. There's a loot box here. Oh, I'm in danger. My food level is low. You mind? Bruce, come back here. What did Bruce ever do to you? Bruce has been eating my ship. I booped the snoot! Oh, oh my god. We got two. You're standing on his lunch. Look at all this metal. Oh my gosh. I need this badly. Badly. Do I have enough space? Maybe. I don't care about copper, but I do care about metal. We gotta go up. We're probably gonna take a bit of damage because I'm getting greedy. It's getting dark. Ah, no. Pufferfish! Oh my god. Go away! Ah! I can't deal with you right now, pufferfish! I didn't even know you could hit this guy in the face and have him not blow up. Oh, yes. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that did not go according to plan, but also I'm okay with that. Is this clay? That's clay. That's not even clay. That's clay. I need sand. All according to plan. Bruce is gonna be here to ruin my day. I need food. I need water. Where is Bruce? Oh, you are back, you butt. Okay, well, this is gonna be a bit of a butt to do. 1, 2. I still don't have enough. I don't have enough of any of this. I need glass. Where is my sand? Hello? Well, this is a bit of a problem. I need more sand. And the sand that I grabbed isn't here. Okay. I think I have more than enough vine goo now, though. Oh, here's Bruce. Go away. I'm busy dealing with the fact that I've lost my sand. Go away. I don't have time for you right now. Chad's combat ready. Me just like casually floating around with this. What? Okay. It's fine. We'll fight the shark? Okay. I believe in you. Oh, man. Almost done. Almost done with raft. Woo. Oh no. Where's the bird? Okay, it's still over there. That's good. Honestly, I wish this made a sound. Like the sizzling of food over here. I gotta get rid of these, oh, explosive powder, yes. Hey, here's another thing that we can get. Research. Bite rate bonus for Stardew Valley. Yo, that means fishing? Also, apparently fighting, fist fighting a puffer fish is not in logic. I'm looking at the tracker. And, turns out that is not required. Just in case anybody cares. I just need more stuff. we're going the wrong way. Gotta go this way. Okay, so we have the explosive powder. Good. We need to make more glass. Because I need to deal with my water situation. But also I need vine goo. Because I need to make a bottle so I can hand in the bottle for research. So we're not going to be able to get honey. Because we can't go to the islands that require honey. We also do have titanium, which I also need to research. But water first. Priority number 1. Honestly, I should also make this. So that I have a little bit less stuff in my inventory. So, oh heck, I'm pretty sure that was all my plastic, and I need plastic for the water. It's okay, it's fine. We'll just grab some plastic from here, and here, and maybe from here. Yes. Also, it seems like my entire raft is going right down the middle where there's absolutely nothing. Oh my god, no! Sadness. Okay, well, maybe I need to focus on a stick first. Okay, so now we might not have the ability to make the thingy, and that's okay. We'll just get a couple more planks, and by a couple I mean 8. There we go. Oh, yes. Aha! Advanced purifier. Oh, gimme these leaves. I need. Yes. Okay, now we've got that at least. I need more stuff. Is this cooking still? Oh, bam! Bam, bam. I didn't mean to grab those, but because I didn't see them, but also... Wow. Perfection. Oh, bam. Geese. Okay, you're done crafting. Now we make the last thing we need for stuff is this right here, which is an empty bottle. Once we have that, then oh wait, no, and a titanium. 1 titanium as well. Oh man, I'm gonna die of thirst. Grabbing these. Don't care. I have HP to spare. Darn it, I thought I was gonna get out in time. That's fine. Those will go in there. Ah! No, no, Bruce, go away. I forgot about the fact that there's a hole there. It's fine. Don't worry. Thank God I came back in time. So we no longer need this simple purifier. So goodbye, purifier. We have some extra space on our raft. Thank goodness. Because it's a little crowded. I need more of this. Go away, Bruce. I also need to keep getting wood. Because, I need to get stuff for the smelter. Because I need to keep cooking Vangu. I need to get rid of these heads. I actually think that it might be okay to wear this one. Because it doesn't affect the screen at all. But I don't want to get rid of it because if you get rid of it, then, like, I can't, I won't be able to, what's it called? Turn it into biofuel that will allow me to be able to, like, move faster. Thank you. It's fine. At least we have a little bit more space to walk around while I'm making stuff for the bottle, which requires a little bit more plastic than what I have, but that's not bad. Like the character's little thumbs up. Yeah. You know, it's so funny. Like, before the rando, I had only seen the whale event like a couple of times, but since I've started playing Raft Rando, it happens so much more often. There's an island up there, but I don't need one right now. I think I need to make potatoes. Do I have any potatoes? No, no, no. Oh, God. Go away. Oh, God. Darn it. Oh, I have a raw beet. There we go. Okay, this will be enough now, Vangu, to make an empty bottle. Now we can craft the empty bottle in the research table. And we learned an effigy for tunic and a gold questagon for Tunic. And that should be all my available logical checks. But we do have one more check we can do, which is a titanium ingot. This one is outside of logic. I do not want to go to that island. But I do want that barrel. But it's fine. Oh gosh. I really think that it would be really cool to be able to play this with other people in the archipelago. That would be nice. See, I could make a simple bed that'll allow me to sleep so it's not dark outside, or I could make more crafting nets or collection nets. That was a lot of plastic. Oh, it's raining. Cooked beets, cooked potatoes. I would need more of these. One titanium ingot. Learn advanced collection net, which is in fact 5 warp totems for the beach. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly smelt 4 more vine goo, and then we're going to dip out of this. Because we're not going to be able to do anything else in this game for a while. Until we get an antennae. In the meantime, we're just going to continue to build collection nets, which shouldn't take us very long. Wait, have we crafted a simple battery? I lied. There is a thing in here that I think needs a battery. Oh, have I already? Oh, I guess we don't have to research that. Weird. For some reason, I thought that it required, Ooh. That there was a recipe that required a battery. But apparently you don't need it, so... I hear something. I don't know what it is, but I hear something. Place vine goo. Place more seaweed. What am I doing? Oh yeah, these. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to have to build a second story. In order to get, in order to get enough space to craft the next thing that we need. I'm going directly to an island. So the faster we can get this base part upgraded, the better. Oh, did I not put in more vine goo? Whoops. So normally I do like the base upgrading stuff. I say normally as if like I've done this more than once. But what I'm probably going to end up doing is once again, after Halo Night, just working on upgrading my raft base so that it's a couple stories tall. So that I can worry specifically about the receiver stuff once I get that antenna. It's kind of hitting the wall there. Okay, so craft ourselves a bottle. Now we have our own bottle, which is nice because we can fill it with fresh water. And then like apparently just on the edge of that. Still not going the right way. Vine goo is going to be necessary for batteries. But yeah, we pretty much have everything that we can. I'm just going to shove some of it into these boxes so that I can worry about that later. We'll have clay in there. And what we should do is sometimes, sometimes it's a good idea to have a pre-cooked shark meat there so that you don't have to worry about it when you log in. We'll put the shark meat there, put the head of Bruce in there, a paddle, and then everything else, I guess. This, actually, I should turn into rope. We have planks. And do we have nails? Not in there. Not in there. Not in there. We do have some scrap. Put one there. Perfect. So now if anything is missed coming through the front, maybe it'll get caught on the side. Yeah. Put the hinge in here. I guess we can put rocks in here. And we'll put the rest of it in here. Blink, blink, and blink. Oh, bam. All right. We're now in BK mode here. So that's it for Raft for now. And we're going to swap to Ocarina of Time. Hey, Brack. Hungry and thirsty must be his future Saku problem. Man, current Saku is hungry. What are we at for percentage on the multi-world? Let's take a look. So Link Between Worlds is at 10, basically 11%. A Link to the Past is at 18%. Minecraft is at 17%. Subnautica is 32%. Raft is at 25%. Ocarina of Time is at 17%. Stardew Valley is at 25%. Symphony of the Night is at 7%. Tunic is at 23%. And Twilight Princess is at 22%. Yo, Locke, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for Locke? Locke, how was your shuffler? We just finished doing Raft, and now we're about to hop into Ocarina of Time. I have the wrong controller plugged in, which is going to make it really rough. Slowly closing in a 4K hours. Oh my gosh. Practically done. Oh, I don't even know that I checked. Like, overall total is 20%. Also, we're throwing this in the bin. Throwing this cup out because it is leaking like crazy. So, should I open another one? New cup time! Street Fighter! Yeah, we were talking earlier about shufflers, and if you're interested in watching a shuffler in action, Locke does a bunch of shuffler stuff. You should go check out their stream. I'm thirsty. I'm filling up my drink. You're gonna have to forgive me. I am very warm. It is 34 degrees here today, or it was 34 degrees. I don't know what it is right now, but it's still hot. And my computer room is hot. And I don't know what that is in freedom units either. I think it was like 90 something. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Job's done. I gotta sneeze. I should actually open the game. Would be a good. Oh no, I was unplugging my controller and then I got distracted by water. I had chicken nuggies for dinner today. And for breakfast, I say for dinner. Okay, I had chicken nuggies for breakfast today. And I had, what was it? Chicken, broccoli, and like the Scooby noodles with a little bit of Alfredo sauce for dinner yesterday. and I am debating what to have for like actual dinner tonight, like once I'm done stream. And I really need to go grocery shopping, but I think, you know what, I know, heck it, we're gonna have grilled cheese. Somebody mentioned grilled cheese in the chat. And now I want grilled cheese. Also, once this boss is defeated, this unlocks the GameCube roulette as the prize. You do like you some grilled cheese. I also like grilled cheese. Now I want grilled cheese. I'm sorry, Sissy. Taco is easily influenced for food. Yeah, it's true. Alright, let's connect everything. What are we at for... Okay, 1 more hour and I can open the... and I can take a break. Oh, it's hot. Ocarina of Time connector. It's connected. This is connected. You need a password. Oh yeah, that's right. This is super crunchy time. Hey, Jonathan. I'm glad you like watching the Link to the Past randomizer. This is a little different. A Link to the Past is in here, but this is a 10-game multi-world that I'm playing by myself. So, A Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, Raft, Minecraft, Subnautica, Stardew Valley, and... Gosh, I always miss one. Symphony of the Night. I had chicken for breakfast, Molly, and I had chicken for dinner yesterday. And I had chicken for breakfast yesterday, and I'm a little chickened out. Not in the kind of way that normal chickening out means. But like, yeah, you get it. Also, hey, Highwayman. You've had so much chicken that now you have a beef with it? Now you have beef with it? Yeah. Alright, so welcome back to Ocarina of Time. We are on World 6 of 10. This was what we had last time. You'll notice now when we log in that there will be a bunch of da-na-na-na because we got a bunch of items from the other games. Bomb bag is one that we're going to be looking for, and long shot is another. We also got the slingshot and light arrows, ice arrows, and a few other things. But hopefully, you know, we didn't get any we didn't get any wallets, which makes me really sad because we need to spend a lot of money. Ice arrows, light arrows. So these are all items from the last other games that I've been playing. So there's our bomb bag. Light arrows are in fact required. Oh yeah, we got the Bigoron sword. That's right, I forgot about that. Oh, look at all this money that I'm not being able to put in wallets because I don't have any wallets. Big stick. What is that being? What misogyny? What is stick referring to as misogyny? slingshot. The slingshot. Kinda goofy. Like, I can maybe understand it if they said, like, that stick was a, you know, kind of word. But not misogyny. So someone, the opposite of thick as an insult? I've never heard that. I'm sorry, what kind of word? You know. Kind of word? You know what I'm referring to. Ah, yes, of course. I gotta go and hand in the bomb bag stuff. The weird way kind of word, yeah. Listen, we're a family-friendly channel here. We have to be careful what we say. The cylindrical kind of word, yes. I can understand it if there's that, but like, I do not understand the other one. Why is there so smiley faces? Why smiley face? Oh, because my head moved this way, this way, this way, this way. Okay, yeah. I get it now. No. You don't need to explain it. I promise I got it. I understood. Yeah. Listen, okay. You know, it's the kind of word, right? Like, yeah, you know what I'm referring to. Star Fury's got the perfect emote for that. All right, 2 prizes from here. Will we get it first try? I think so. What can we win? Stuff. I'm sure that I am much too innocent to have any idea what you're referring to. Uh-huh. That's way too much. The dead zone in this controller is gonna wreck me. Chicken? You? Oh my god, did you see that chicken? He literally gunned it for that spot as soon as he saw the bomb go out. Get out of here, chicken. You are a butt. How dare you? Clucked. Get out of here! Yeah, that's right. You move. Move. This small chicken is ruining my day. Go. Chicken. Ooh. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god! This game! Super rude. A progressive master sword for Twilight Princess. Oh my god, that's our second sword. Nice. That is super good. Oh my god. Oh! Yo, actual, oh my god, yes. The mirror shield. Give me, yeah. Also, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, Try. And Smash, welcome in. What should be like mirror for Raft? Okay, we moved correctly. It should be perfect. Yes. Chicken can't attack over there. All right, right here. Boom. Let's go. Chicken move. Chicken move. Oh, no, 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 no. Chicken move. Chicken move. Okay. It's fine. Right here. Wha-bam. Move. Out of the way. Out, out, out. Chicken, that's literally not what chicken move means, okay? You need to get out the way. Okay, chicken, move. Look at this guy. Can you? Out the way. Oh my god, that one chicken was just like, absolutely not. Oh, no. Big sad. It's a fake, it's an ice trap. Stardew Valley is gonna get an inflation trap. Big sad. No, I don't want. Why does it say that bomb chew bowling is not in logic? I have bombs. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Inflation trap in Stardew Valley means that the prices of Robin and Clint's shop get increased. So, yeah, bad times. Wait, hang on, we can go do the frogs. Sorry, song. I keep forgetting there's a couple things as Child Link that we can do. Longshot also gives us access to GTG. But we don't have the bow to get a bunch of other things, so... It is specifically for the randomizer, yes. It's kind of like how, you know how, you can open up a chest in Ocarina of Time and find an ice trap. You can open up a chest in some of the other games and get, you know, negative effects. It's Stardew's version of that. Of course. I do like explaining things. Chicken, 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 yeah. Do I want to break the game? Maybe. We'll see. I don't even know if we'll be able to. Yes! The answer is always yes. Will I be able to actually do it is the better question. Before I accidentally run off the thing. Some frogs are looking at you underwater. What do we get? Oh, a swamp fuse for Tunic. Oh, a swamp fuse for Tunic. Okay. All right. I know that I just had like two different reactions to that, but also, that can be like super yuck, because I'm getting more and more access to the cathedral, which is something I don't particularly want. That's our second swamp fuse. There's 3 of them. Will I be able to do this? Probably not, but I'm gonna try. Oh! Yeah, let's go! Me and my 39 bucks. What can I buy in the shop? Me and my 44 bucks. Also, Deku stick. Alright, what do we got? Silver rupee for a link between worlds. We do need that. We need 3,000 rupees for a check in a link between worlds. 10 arrows for Twilight Princess. Lucky cut for tunic is $0? Is it because it's lucky? Oh no. Concern? Why is Loot Tools connecting again? Modification station fragment is necessary. All of these are viable. Okay, modification station is necessary. We're getting that. We're also gonna get the other things, but I need money for it. I have concern. Where's my, what's it called? Emote? The computer one. Oh, there you go. Seems to be working fine, though. Is it? I don't think anybody's tested it. Since it said it's connected. The boss damage cards are mix it up by Loot Tools is the give a chest cards. Loot Tools is the gift, yeah. 30 money to Tunic. Tunic also needs a bunch of money. So we don't have a, we don't have, what's it called? Zora letter, whatever that one is. Rudo's letter, there we go. I'm like, I know that there's a letter. I just don't remember the name of it. I don't have Rudo's letter, so I can't go into Zora's domain. I think that music shuffle in the game is pretty cool, except for I wish that there was a way for me to like reject a track being played as like a common track, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's a thing that'll play through Loot's Tools. Thank you, waifu. It worked? Okay. Oh, man, nothing like a good scuff day for me. There must be like a mini loading zone there or something. Wow, I sent a turkey to Castlevania. How exciting. It's wall chicken though. We found the wall chicken. You know, one of the things that makes me sad about, so my Metroid Dread playthrough is going up on YouTube right now. And one of the things that actually makes me sad about it is I'm buying all this stuff, by the way. It's important for me to buy it, in order to increase my check percentage amount. One of the things that makes me sad about the Metroid Dread playthrough was about halfway through I realized that this Streamloots logo kept popping up over my face. So there's a bunch of the video that just has the Streamloots logo directly on my face. And it makes me sad that that happened. Yo, Ken Murray, have a good night. I appreciate you. Alright, 50 bucks. That's one check. Which is 10 arrows for whatever, Twilight Princess. I mean, to be honest, Twilight Princess needs arrows badly because I kept using them. 35 rupees for the silver rupee for Link Between Worlds, which again, I know that it's not like, I know it's going to come up as junk, but the important thing is that I do need that because I need to do a 3,000 rupee check in the game. You still not have a sword in this game? No. Oh, in Twilight Princess, I actually have 2 now. Wait, there's a streamer behind the Streamloots logo. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Waifu, thank you so much for purchasing 10 chests. It's so crazy to go back and, like, I've been watching, my editor puts out videos to me that I can watch in advance to see if there's any changes or whatever else before I put them up on YouTube. It's been really interesting going back and watching this stuff because I'm talking about like diffusion missiles. I'm like, oh man, I think this is an item in Metroid Fusion. I haven't played Metroid Fusion in a long time. And then like the fact that I've been playing Metroid Fusion Rando for like a year now, is funny to me because obviously, you know, that's not true anymore because yeah, but on YouTube, it's going to be really weird to have like a year's worth of Metroid Fusion randomizers uploaded to the channel and then me be like, I haven't played Metroid Fusion in a really long time. I have no idea if this is anything, blah, blah, blah. It be hot. Alright, well, there's nothing else we can do in Zora's River. Zora's Fountain, sorry. Or whatever this place is. Zora's Domain, there we go. And there's nothing else we can do in all this other stuff right now. So, let's go to the woods. You know, it might actually be better to do this as a child because of the fact that we have bunnyhood. But we also can't get any more bombs back. So when we use our bombs, that's it. We have to farm with sword, and we don't have a sword in this game. The fusion beam from Dread is functionally better. Yeah, I mean, I think it's you know, one is missiles, the other is a beam, but also it does similar things. like what it does is it has kind of like, it does what Wave Beam does, right? It is a charge. I mean, it's also a charge in, it's a charge for missiles in Metroid Fusion. But, Diffusion Beam in Dread gives the, like, beam a little bit of, like, penetration power. So, like, yeah, it does a little bit of like, what Wave Beam normally would. Like, if it hits a wall, it kind of, like, blows up a little bit. And, yeah. So, but, like, diffusion missiles would also, like, when a missile was charged up, if you hit something with the missile, it would also do an AoE around it to, like, it would freeze things, not do damage. But, you know, they're still similar in nature. Wow, seeds for Ocarina of Time. Yay. I'm checking all these hints. I don't even pay attention to them. Crater's Melody is money for Tunic. Got it. I have 10 rupees, which is exactly enough for this check over here. Also, yo, waifu's doing some damage to the boss. Also, friendly reminder, there is some cool stuff on the merch store if you're interested. We've got, oh my god, it's my own boomerang? Wow. Okay, that's cool. I don't think there's anything else I can do in Lake Hylia. Gerudo Valley, I can't do anything as a child. There's a couple more checks in the overworld here that I can do. One of them I can see, but it's just gonna be an Archipelago item. So... oh man. So hot in this room. The way they render holes in this game is very clever. What do you mean? The way that they add the shadow to the texture? Like they make it look 3D when I don't think it is? Because, of the shadow just being based on where you look. Yeah, I do think that's pretty cool. Spirit Temple is on the way of the hero. Well, we don't have Requiem, so it doesn't matter, and we definitely don't have any way to get there right now. A my for a link between worlds. So that is everything that is related to... That's everything that is related to the Hyrule Field right now. Ooh, 100. Okay, also it should be noted that a bunch of the cards got their damage increased, or their damage values increased. So you may have had cards before that had damage values that were lower, that were increased. I don't know if it changed it on your end, but yeah, a lot of them got their stuff increased. Can't do anything inside here because we are kind of hecked. Suckathon balance patch. It's because we added a bunch of cards. It wouldn't make sense for the cards that we had before to stay at their values because the value of that particular tier of card increased. So if it would be like we have an 80 damage card that was legendary. We increased the value to like a 120 instead of 80 because the lowest value, I mean, I think it was 90 might be the lowest in that tier. I don't even know. Either way, legendary cards are much higher value. Epic cards are much higher value. So it would make sense to leave an epic card. Oh no, another! Oh my god, a bee trap to Minecraft. It wouldn't make sense to leave it at the value that it is if everything else around it got upped. I don't have enough rupees for this. 90 is epic. Yeah, exactly. 140 is legendary. Okay. Heck. Exterior grow bed for Subnautica. That's actually nice. It's a nice to have for sure. I don't have enough money for the other one. I need a bow for this game. We can go into the shop. In here. Spinning pot is not in logic, but I need money. And I don't think there's an easy way to get it as a child. A blue rupee for Ocarina of Time. Oh, just a measly 75 rupees. A piece of heart for Twilight Princess. No, I need this. I need this badly. Ransu fragment, but also it's too expensive to buy. An effigy that's also too expensive. Oh my god. Everything in Ocarina of Time is in the shop and it's all so expensive. Big sad. One rupee at a time. Crying. You can buy that heart piece? How? I have $6. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, Destiny 2. Nice. Once you have the cash, you can? Yeah. An infinity book from Minecraft. Oh my god. Yo, welcome in, James. How's it going? What's my current wallet limit? 99. Yeah, I'm a little poor at the moment. I don't have hammer, so I can't do the other things. You can't make it stop? Oh, but the question is, do you want to make it stop? Where are those wallets hiding? Probably Stardew Valley. Honestly, like, it's really surprising, but there's not a lot of checks available in any of the games. Like, at all. So, It's quite funny. How'd you like Destiny 2? What'd you do? What were you up to? Also, you can always tell what the wallet amount or the wallet size is based on the icon beside the wallet number. If it's like a blue rupee, or I think it's a blue rupee if it's an adult wallet. It's a red rupee if it is a giant wallet, and then I don't even know what color it is if it's a tycoon wallet. Looking for corrupted eggs, did dual destiny on 3 characters. So got a lot done. Yo, that's awesome. Nicely done. Spirit Temple. You know, this is the third time I've gotten a hint that says Spirit Temple is on the way of the hero. Progressive bracelet. Oh my god, I lied. A Link Between Worlds is open. That's huge. Actually, let me look at my tracker here. Where is a link? How much stuff do I have for A Link Between Worlds? That's not the tracker. Oh my god. It's like very green. Very green. This is huge. This is A Link Between Worlds progressive bracelet. So this opens up merging with the wall, which is absolutely massive. It's super green. With a buddy of yours? Ah, okay. I was wondering. I was like, oh, maybe they mean like their particular, you know, maybe they mean specifically Titan or Hunter. Maybe they mean when they say the body of yours that you were doing it like with a specific class. And so I wasn't gonna judge. Horrible color. What are you talking about, our green paradox? Green is a great color. And 4 money for tunic. Oh my god, I'm so excited. We got A Link Between Worlds. We're probably not going to touch A Link Between Worlds until tomorrow, though. That's probably what we're going to start with again. Because, yeah, we got stuff to do. Let's go become an adult. We got a green hater in chat. So, welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much, James, again, for the raid. I really appreciate it. I am Saku. I play a lot of randomizers. This game in particular is not just Ocarina of Time, but it's in fact 10 games shuffled together into one big pool. So you'll see me talking about items that I'm picking up. It says an archipelago items, or an archipelago item, and I'll explain what it is basically when I see it. So right at the bottom of the page here, at the very bottom below me, below RubyCam right now, and below chat, there is a bar that is showing the items that I'm picking up and what they are and where I found them. The bracelet I got for A Link Between Worlds is going to allow me to be able to access a lot more checks in the game that I didn't have access to before because I didn't have, you know, the ability to have the basic function of the game going. So I'm going to pick up a lot of things in this game, and it's going to be for other games. You'll see the trackers for those games actually listed below me, so you can see what items I've gotten for what games. The games in question are Tunic, A Link to the Past, Subnautica, Raft, Ocarina of Time, Minecraft, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, A Link Between Worlds, Twilight Princess, and Stardew Valley. So I'm gonna get a whole bunch of those things, and hopefully be able to beat the games. I say hopefully, but I know that I'll be able to beat the games. So right now, what I'm going to be going to do is I'm going to be checking and seeing what my dungeon requirements are, because I haven't done that yet. Okay, so Deku is spirit. That's Deku Tree. Dodongo's Cavern is shadow. Jabu's belly is water. Forest is light medallion. Yo, have a good night, waifu. That's nice. A lot of games put together. I saw something similar with another streamer, but they were doing it with 3 major Zelda games as well. Yeah, I've done a couple that were Zelda exclusive, but I was on front page. This is also like my birthday party celebration that started when I was on front page, and so I wanted to showcase the variety of how these games can be connected that really seemingly have nothing to do with each other. Also, waifu, have a good night. So this is Fire Temple. Shadow Temple is that one. Water Temple is green. Spirit Temple is Fire Medallion. I think I've got them all marked now. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of different games that we have in this. So besides Destiny 2, what kind of games do you play? I need 40 rupees. So we're gonna grab 40 rupees. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, Dodongo's Cavern. Also, Anthony, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We have, also, Nada, welcome in as well. I think I said welcome earlier, but, if I didn't, Nada Gray, I hope you're doing well. Sometimes I miss people. I try really hard, but sometimes I miss people and it makes me sad. I will go down with this ship. Excuse me, Steve. There's no ship to go down with. Thank you. Everything's fine. All going according to plan. I gotta sneeze really badly. Ah! Thank you for the blessies. I'm gonna get hit in the face with a rock. I do not have enough bombs for this. Okay. Give me the goods. 5 money for tunic. Well, that doesn't do anything for me right now. Scarth! What? Thank you so much for purchasing 10 chests. Trying to beat up the boss. I need bombs, and I don't know that I'm gonna be able to find bombs in this dungeon. Ooh, nice damage. That's a hint. We're not gonna go for hints. We don't have the bombs in order to do that. Navi, please. What? Use the bomb flowers? With what lift upgrade? Yeah, I do not have any lift upgrades at all. That's why I said I don't know that we're gonna be able to finish this dungeon because I don't think we have the ability to. A Cyclops shield generator. Okay. That is progression, but that is progression because it's progression because it thinks that I need to build a rocket to leave. How in the heck am I going to get out of this place? Or how am I gonna... I can't even kill the boss. I just don't have enough bombs. I hope this guy drops bombs or something. A piece of heart for a link to the past. I hope this guy drops bombs, I say. He drops absolutely nothing. Oh, there's another one. Well, we'll grab some money. I don't know why I grabbed that. I did not need it. So I have 2 bombs, and I can't kill the boss with them, and I need a bomb. Yeah, no, there's no way to get through this. I might be able to see if I can get one of these guys to drop bombs. I don't know if they do, but it would be nice. Absolutely not, apparently. Can at least one of you... Oh, yes! Oh, my God! Look at me being smart. Oh, my God. Big brain. Listen, I need more bombs. Ah, yes. Big brain plays. No bats. No bats. Put on the hover boots. We hover. Oh my god, I didn't know that would work, but I'm so happy I tried it. My, for a link between worlds. No bats, but how are we playing baseball? I'm not playing baseball. I don't know a single thing about baseball, except for that I suck at it. I got to try a lot of sports when I was in school. A life vessel for Symphony of the Night. And one of the things that I found was I was decent at basketball. I was really good at face tanking the volleyball. I was not good at baseball, but I was incredible at badminton. Your team's won 8 in a row? Nice! Face tanking volleyball? It's true. You have no idea how many volleyballs I took to the face. It was just absolutely I wasn't a good batter because I would flinch. Yo, piece of heart for Twilight Princess. I would flinch anytime somebody threw the ball at me. I'd be like, eh. Close my eyes. I was something at that game. Last time you played basketball or baseball, you were in 8th grade. Yeah. I think it's a cool game, but I'm not very good at it. Oh my gosh, I was great at soccer. I was a good defenseman. I know you're there. Bats. I played a lot of soccer. Like a lot of soccer. I was on a team a few times. Like nothing major, just like kind of like until I was in middle school. Then no more soccer. Because then I took choir instead. $15 copper ore for raft. Soccer was your longest played sport? Mine too. Mine too. Played a lot of soccer. I was always on defense, and I didn't understand why I was on defense. But then they put me on offense, and then I just stayed by the net. And then I was like, okay, yeah, now I understand why I'm on defense. Because I would be like, no, nobody's coming near the net. No, absolutely not. Kick the ball away, boom. And then I'd never chase after it because I'm like, well, why? If I chase after it, then there's nobody here to guard the net. And they put me on offense, and even the defense person that was supposed to be on defense left to go play offense. And I was like, well, but what about defense? And then so I went and just did defense anyways. So, yeah. Have you ever played bowling before? Oh my god. No, yes, but no. Absolutely. Yes, I played bowling. I am not good at that either. Unless it's got the bumpers up. Piece of heart for Twilight Princess. Honestly, a piece of heart for Twilight Princess is pretty good at the moment because, yeah. Piece of heart for Twilight Princess is good because Twilight Princess doesn't have a lot of health. I think we had like 4 HP. No, you don't. I'm not very good at bowling. Ah! I'm a goof. Do we have any? No, we don't have Zelda's Lullaby. I'm like, can we even get the Great Fairies? No. I'm gonna go into the Lost Woods instead. Oh my god, I'm roasting. This is not the way. It is the way. Why is it so dark? What happened here? What happened to the Lost Woods? Someone turned on the smoke effect. Someone light the forest on fire? Okay, 50 experience for Minecraft. I almost said for Twilight Princess. Yeah, it's this way. No, we don't want to go that way. We might have to take our quick stretch break sooner than I anticipated. So I need to air out the stream room because it's getting too hot in here. Again. Did you already do the second scrub there? No, it's not scrub shuffle. That's an item check that we just got. Excuse me. Game is a bully. Give me stuff. Okay. Am I for a link between worlds? Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Cause I'm roasting. And I need to open the door to let the hot air out. It's quite hot in here. I've already gone through like half of my water jug. Yeah, so it's break time. Everyone, quick stretch and all that other jazz. Blah, blah, blah. Boss thing will be up if you want to play that stuff, and, I will be right back. Also, have a good night, James, and thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. am back. Boom. Turn off all your heat-generated electronics and open a window. Yeah, I actually opened my window to test. It is now colder outside than it is in the stream room. So I've opened the window, although it's not going to help, like, super a lot. It will at least do something. So, we're going to fill up my drink. Also, welcome in Demon Girl on YouTube. Okay, this is now the second time that's happened to me, where I've dropped the lid. I am apparently super clumsy. Need to get our AC in? Yeah, need to get your AC in? Yeah. I gotta move everything out of that corner first, because I've got a whole bunch of Madrina stuff piled over there. Also, my lighting today is a little different than normal. You can actually see the fact that my hair is blonde sometimes. Been a few people lately who've been calling me a redhead, and I'm like, It's mostly the lighting. I just tried to twist on the lid and I cracked my wrist. So we have a little bit of HP that'll allow us to go into the volcano. It's not in logic because I don't have the Goron tunic. But, yeah. How much money does it cost to buy something from here? I think there's at least one thing that I can buy that's less than 100. 75, 55. Okay, we can at least buy this one. We can buy the other one too if we get 75. Trying to get as many of the shop items as possible. That way it increases our total check percentage for this game. So we still can't buy we can't buy the, what's it called? The Goron tunic unless we happen to get a wallet upgrade. So going into here with the maximum amount of HP, it means I will get the maximum amount of time that I possibly can for this area. Okay. And that gives me 25 bucks for tunic. Ooh. Oh no, a meow trap again for Stardew Valley. Good morning, Sarates. Oh no. Yep. A cataclysm. I'm just looking. It looks like in Goron City, the only checks that I have available there is the shop checks. Everything else I've checked. Everything else is out of logic. A boss heart container for a link to the past is apparently super vital. Uh, 35? 36? My birthday was on, I don't, like, Thursday. Ladders to West Bell for Tunic. Alright, we've got everything we can here. We're going to go to... You know what? I think the easiest way to get there is going to be going to the Lake Hylia. Thank you, Demon Girl. So we don't have any diving abilities. We can, we can reach that. So I'm going to do that, at least so the door's open for later. We can't, like I said, we can't do anything with it, but for now, you know, having it available is good. While we're here, we should try to farm for bombs from the grass. It would be great if I could get any more bombs. I'm wondering if those 5 rupee drops are like what I would normally get for arrows, but because I don't have the bow, it's just dropping the 5 rupee drops. Any more bombs? No? Just 16? I mean, 16 is still pretty good. So we're gonna go over to GTG area. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be it for this area. We can't do anything else in Goron City. We can't do anything else in the market. We can't do anything else in the woods. And Kakariko, also same thing. Can't do anything in Kokiri Forest. So yeah, the only things left is the Gerudo Fortress chest as well as the jail key, which would then give us the Gerudo Fortress like membership card. And then we can go into GTG, which is gonna yell at me because it's gonna be like, hey, you can't do anything in here. But I have the long shot. And I know where I can hook shot things. So I'm not gonna be able to get everything, but I'll be able to get a couple things, at least. If I get the small key ring, though, then I'll get a bunch of things. So we'll see. The thing about GTG is that the small key ring can be in any of the chests that are not locked behind the small key door. Which is a lot of them. We have a Goron sword. We're gonna use that. We actually might be able to cheese this. It's been a long time since I've had the ability to cheese this fight. Alright, so hopefully we don't get caught. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take out the sword and we're gonna store some damage. Again, take out sword, store some damage. Oh, hang on. Oh, bam! We got a small key. Oh, I accidentally ISG'd. Whoops. So I may in fact have infinite sword glitched. So we'll undo that. Oh wait, it's still going, is it? There we go. There's our membership card. Yeah, that clip there is the only way that I've ever figured out how to do ISG. Membership does have its privileges, it's true. Unless you're part of an HOA. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Jack. Take care. Apparently, Scarth, I have the top clipper role on your channel. Because I got a notification on Twitch. Hook shot. Big chest. Let's go. What is it? Goods? Not goods. A broadsword to Soten. Symphony of the Night. Hey, well, I guess it's GTG time. Yo, 69 rupees though. Alright, we got the big sword. Well, bam, one down. Ha 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 ha. Now in this room we have the long shot, so it's gonna be a lot easier to do the next room. Wow, 5 bombs. Well, that's good. I guess it maxed us out on bombs. You know, honestly, I forgot that that was there. Nope. Can I just, like, hookshot from here? Oh, I can. big brain. Ow. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Does that mean I can just hook shot up here? Look at that. EZPZ. You like Paper Mario? I played the new one. Boop, 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 boop. So we don't have any lift upgrades for this. Yo, nuts. I keep forgetting that doggos can drop those. Yo, my own scale. Still not, I don't think a silver scale is enough to get into Water Temple though. I think it has to be gold scale. What was my first Paper Mario game or just game in general? Game in general? It was actually an Atari game because my family couldn't afford to get a newer console than an Atari. Ooh, A Link to the Past for Super Nintendo. Nice. That's pretty good. Monster Horn? Okay, that's garbage. A Link to the Past for Super Nintendo is pretty good. Yours was NES game, probably original Super Mario Bros. Or the original Zelda. I played a lot of those as a kid. I'm gonna roast myself in order to get this chest, but also I'm having a hard time because there we go. My controller is kind of butts. 50 wood for Stardew Valley. Gosh, Super Mario Bros. I'm so bad at that. I guess we can just at least get this. We get this unlocked, but we can't get anything else in here, like in this room. The earliest game I can remember playing was Snafu, a snake clone on Mattel Aquarius. You played OOT when you were 7. Back then, when I looked into the night sky of this game world, I thought you could go to the moon if Link could just fly. Just make sure it's not Majora's Mask moon. You love Majora's Mask? It's a great game. I also love Majora's Mask. I feel like for a long time it was like severely underrated. One down. Toadstool from Castlevania. Well, that's kind of butts. Twilight Princess is my favorite Zelda game. I'm pretty sure I'm in BK mode now. I'm not, actually. There's one check that scale unlocked for me. And then I'm in BK mode. I keep trying to put on the bunny hood. The Princess, why is it your fave? I like the theme of it. I like the characters. I like Midna as a companion, although like Midna's kind of a little rude at times. Like she has a purpose on being rude and is not just annoying to be annoying. She's you know, she was a bad guy who eventually like turned kind of to your side and everything else, so. And I think I don't know, I like that stuff. I want to make sure that there's nothing in here I can buy. Because I want to use my money if I can. Nope. And I like the story. Actually, you know what? I might be able to buy the stuff on the right side or the left side. And also, I like the way it looks. But, you know, some of the themes that it explores is pretty interesting. Yes, here's my progressive fishing rod for Stardew Valley, which I need. I can just teleport there. Minna's one of the best Zelda characters, if for no other reason that they let her be a character. Like, I know that there's an argument to be made that Fi is also a character, but I think that, like, Fi is very annoying. And I know that, a lot of her dialogue was fixed in the remake, but oh my god, it was incredibly frustrating to have Fi as a companion. Stardew got bok choy seeds. They needed to fix a lot more than Fi and Skyward Sword. I mean, yeah, but we're talking about, like, companions, specifically. Like, I've heard it argued that, yeah, the thing is that Fi is a robot, right? So she doesn't understand, that, like, she doesn't understand that, a bunch of stuff and human emotions and yada 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 and all that stuff, but I think that Fi marked the transition of letting the player like figure out things to kind of force feeding the player information because they didn't think you were smart enough to figure it out in like Nintendo history. So, I don't particularly like the way that Fi is handled. I think that, like I said, there was changes made to Fi that made her more tolerable in the remake of Skyward Sword. So if you've only ever played the remake of Skyward Sword, then you wouldn't really understand. But yeah. It was kind of awful in the original. It's like you watched Zelda walk into a building, right? Master, I think there's a 75% chance that we're gonna see Zelda in that building that we just watched her walk into. Yeah, no kidding. What else? Where else do you think that it's going to be? Like, where else do you think that she's gonna be? Paddle's your favorite? I think, top companions list. Wait, Mifo is a companion? I mean, okay. I guess you could argue that. You meant Midna? Okay, yeah, Midna. There you go. Mifa is great, though. Mifa, best character from Breath of the Wild. Does Marin follow you? Oh, I guess Marin does follow you over to the village. Mifa is one of my favorite characters, but she isn't a companion, yeah. Marin follows you for like 5 minutes unless you get lost. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd argue that if they follow you, that's still a companion. Also, that's Ocarina of Time now in BK mode. So BK mode is when you are waiting on another game to send you items in order to make any more progress. So at the moment, there is nothing we can do in this game that will unlock any more checks besides what we've done for this game. Or like there's nothing that we can actually do at all in this game at all until we get an item from another game. So, Bow Wow confirmed a better companion than Fi. True. Well, if we're including anyone who follows you, consider the Big Bomb and Link to the Past. It's true. Big Bomb, best companion, opens up Pyramid Waifu. I mean, Pyramid Fairy. Anyways, we're gonna just save and ignore that. Pyramid Waifu is what I came into. Welcome in, Ace. Alright, next one I think that I'm gonna do before Stardew is I want to make a little bit more progress in Minecraft. There's a couple of checks that I can do based on the stuff that I have here. So, we're going to... Now that we have iron armor, it unlocks a bunch of checks. Scuff detected? No, scuff detected. No, no, no. How strict is your definition of companion character? I'd say that they'd have to follow you. Like, they have to be with you at some point. I wouldn't say, like, talking to a character and having them walk with you to, like, you know, for instance, there's characters that will just show you around town and they're leading you. I don't know. I don't know that I consider that a companion character. But, I mean, if somebody made a good enough argument, I wouldn't necessarily complain about it. And are we talking mainline games or spin-offs as well? Wait, what's a spin-off? Like, what spin-offs are you talking about? For a thing. For Link's crossbow training? Does that actually have a character in it? Though? Like a companion character? I mean, Hyrule Warriors, I'd say Hyrule Warriors is 100% a mainline game. I personally consider all Hyrule Warriors games canon that are Zelda. I would consider canon not the same as spin-off. They can be canon as long as I don't have to play them. Yeah. I get that. In that case, the number of companion characters increases dramatically. Yeah, but I think that's fine. I'm a goof. I'm trying to connect my Minecraft stuff, and I didn't even open the server. So I can't even do it. Yeah, Midna is my favorite, hands down. No matter how many there are in any other game, Midna is always going to be my favorite. Best Zelda has to be the one from Spirit Tracks, so she's literally with you with the entire game. I don't know. I disagree. I think the Zelda from Twilight Princess is really good. Because of the sacrifice she makes in order to save Midna. Why? Oh, there we go. Like, why isn't it loading? Oh my god. It crashed! No! Okay. The DS games? Like Zelda? DS games? I'm trying to think of like what was the Zelda DS game. Also, welcome in Winter. How does this handle passwords? It doesn't like... What doesn't it like here? Incorrect argument for command. But that's the password. I'm confused. Oh, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. Oh god, those ones, yeah. Oh my god. I made the mistake of trying to play that on the DS or on the Wii U and I wanted to die. Oh my god. Okay, how about this way? Nope. That's also wrong. Am I, like, typing in the wrong thing? No? I'm so confused. Give me a sec to look at this, Minecraft thing, because for some reason it is not letting me play it. Even though I did it online, like I did it on stream on the front page and it was fine. Connect AP address, space, port, space, password. Oh! Okay, whatever. Sure. So it doesn't actually need my other thing. Alright, cool. Why not? Oh god, I got hit by bees! Go away! Oh jeez, I'm dying. Spawn in immediate bees. Okay. I'm going to make more cake, but not cake. I need food. Alright, so welcome back to Minecraft. We need to get 70 advancements. And there's a few of them that we can get that we weren't able to before because we didn't have enough stuff. So first things first, we're building a pickaxe. And nice. We're just going to turn all those into sticks, and I don't really care about that. Keep forgetting that there is like 500 things in here before we get to cobblestone. Okay. Oh, hi. Honestly, was not prepared for that. Where are these things going? Where's this infinity book? Oh my god, it's dying. You are going to make me lose stuff above ground, and I'm going to be upset. So can you please go in there? Thank you. Where's my infinity book that it says that I've gotten? Oh my god. Okay, I need to make a chest, like now. Because I'm going to lose all this if I don't. Okay. He just wants to give you a melon. Do. Make a furnace. That's more stuff. And an axe. A proper axe. We'll put the axe in there. We can use it to smelt things. So we have the ability to make resources out of nuggets. So that'll allow us to get money for... So what have we gotten? We've gotten 50 rupees for Ocarina of Time, 20 magic bait for Stardew Valley, and 4 money for Tunic. What we need is iron badly. Do we have iron in here? We do. Okay, that's not bad. So what we'll do is we are going to take this and smelt it. So we're able to use our wooden tools to smelt things. We need to make an iron armor and an iron pickaxe. Wait, I already used that? Oh, heck. Alright, well, oak sapling it is. I put this away already. Alright, so there's a couple of advancements that we can do. I say a couple of, but it's way more than that. We can't make weapons. Power cell charger fragment, that's pretty good. We can't make weapons that are greater than stone because they're locked. So if you look up iron, this is the current iron stuff that we can craft. An iron hoe, an iron shovel, iron pickaxe, and then, you know, blah, blah, blah. These. So we can't actually make a sword, we can't make an axe because we don't have the ability to craft those yet. We can make 1 iron armor piece. Oh no, a darkness trap to Stardew Valley. We can get rid of that. And I need... Honestly, I need a lot of things, but mostly wood. So I can make charcoal. So Minecraft randomizer allows you to oh god. Minecraft randomizer allows you to find different structures in the world. Okay. This is not fair. You can't just show up out of nowhere. I need more food. You know what? Heck it. What we'll do is we'll turn this into charcoal, which will allow us to get a couple more charcoal. And then we'll be able to cook food for a change. I would eat the rotten flesh, but I need that. Also, I got shot in the head. Alright, so what advancements can I make right now? I can make, get the bad omen effect. Hit something with a trident. It spreads. Sneak 100. And elytra. Get an elytra and great view from up here. Hey Pro, how's it going? Okay, let's put the food in here now so I can actually get some actual proper healing items, especially because I'm going to be going into the end city. I'm keeping shoved around by this. Welcome in, Damien. This sounds like a cool name. I wish I had more food than this going into this end city. Or more wood, honestly. I need to get up there. It's gonna be an absolute pain to get there. Are you asking if I play GTA? I don't play GTA. The channel here is family friendly, so GTA doesn't really match the vibe of family friendly. I'm being shoved around by this allay here. Eventually, we'll have enough armor that I won't immediately die when I walk into places. I guess we can, while that's cooking, we can run into the ocean and grab some fish. Never mind, they're all tropical fish. That is going to make it a problem. Peace Fortnite. There's only one way to add games to my games queue, and that is by getting them with Streamloots cards. back here, rabbits. I need food. You are the food. Heck. Bow, 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 bow. I don't think anybody would be able to give me enough money to play Roblox. Somebody has tried to sponsor me, or like Roblox has tried to sponsor the stream before. And no. Well, well, well. We must be in the Minecraft category or something. Yep. I'm currently playing 10 games right now. They're all shuffled together. So this is one of those games where it's all shuffled together. 10 whole games? Yep. What more could you want? Okay, we're probably going to die. Maybe, possibly. So I set my stuff up here. I should mark it down. But, right there's a chest that we need to access. And also, right there is 2 chests we need to access. And also, do I see a thick room? I do not see a thick room. So this one doesn't actually have, like, one of the super rooms. It's more so just annoying. I do not play Fortnite. I do not play Roblox. I have the games that I play are honestly too many to list. And I have a pretty extensive backlog, and I'm not planning on adding any more to it. I'm being shot. Ooh, one of those. I need one of those. Heck these feathers. Can you stop? This is gonna drive me bananas. Let me go! Let me go! There we go. Come back here. Well, that's annoying. It ran away. If I could just get one more, I would like to bring my shulker box back to... I would like to bring the shulker box back to, get the other items. Is it outside? Oh, it is. Nope. Where is it? Heck. Go, go, go. I wonder if I've been here before. Heck, 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 heck. Heck, 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 heck. I am in danger badly. At this point, I might as well get the 50 meters advancement. Oh heck, I think I just hacked myself. Oh good, never mind. I did not. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I did! Oh my god, this is good. Great view from up here. Sent TNT to Castlevania. Whee! If you have a Discord account, please call me. I am not calling anybody. I'm playing with anybody. I am like super introvert. And also I don't trust anybody to be on stream with me. And there's like very limited amount of people that I trust, and I don't even know you. Oh my god. Minecraft category? Yeah, that's what I get. But even then, it won't be Roblox or Fortnite. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's gonna be a Link to the Past. Oh, chest. No! Yikes! No, you can't run away! Oh no. No, no, no. No! Oh my god! That was it. Right there. That's what I needed. Ah, damn. I don't have enough food now to get in there and get that stuff. Also, my axe is about to break. I need so much stuff to get up there. Perfect. Just casually grab as much stone as I possibly can. Get this going. What do I have here that I can... Oh, I got the feathers again. There's a 5-minute timer when the chunk is loaded to get this stuff back. So I'm trying to get as much cobblestone as I possibly can to take with me. Also, I need to craft a axe because the one that I have is about to die. I know that I'm not picking that up, but that's because this pickaxe is about to break. So I'm just gonna wait until until it breaks. Yeah, of course, Demon. Have fun. Enjoy. And then we can craft one axe. Replace that one. Actually, grab this. Then toss that one. And head back to where I came from. So, I know that I didn't drop anything, but what did drop was a shulker box, like the actual remnants of a shulker box. So, I'm going to go back there. There's also a chest in there that I don't know that I picked up, so I'm going to grab that too. Okay. Get out of here. Oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. Where are these things coming from? Under the ground? Do you think, Oh. Okay, yes. Please. Perfect. Ow, legs. No, no. Okay, there we go. I got the second one. Diamonds! Okay, I don't even care about the rest of this. We'll just, go over here and, I don't have enough food to not die to this. Okay, looks like we're eating the rotten flesh so we don't die immediately. Can I see carrots? I mean, I guess. Yeah. But I need carrots. I need carrots for a fishing rod. I'm gonna wait for my hunger to go away. Now we go across. This guy is gonna push me off. I know it. I'm gonna get close enough that the shulker box will hit me. There we go. Do. Ooh! Okay. This should be fine. There might be 2 in here. I really hope that I get 2 more shulker stuff because it would be really nice. To not have to carry around like 1,500 things. Okay, well, there's a 3rd one. Yo, have a good night, Scarth. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. A fairy for Tunic. Now we'll put the stuff in there that we don't really care about right now. It would be good to have this on, though. An elytra. We need redstone repeaters, and that's stuff for arrows. Bone meal. And bones for doggos. We've already gotten doggos. Okay. Mending. We have a mending helmet, which is good. You know what? Honestly, I don't need that one then. We'll put these away, and we'll put those away because we don't want to accidentally eat one. Because we need one for the fishing rod. And yeah. Take this with me. Take this with me. I think we're good. Is there anything else we need from here? I don't think so. We're not... Oh gosh, we got goat in a boat is our other one that we can do. We'll grab this because this is actually... Oh, nice! Ring of Varda. Perfect. That's actually really nice. Do I have... No, I didn't get another one. Go away. Bye. Yeah, Varda is massive. Oh, hi. Excuse me. This guy can hit me from so far away. It's... Oh, wait, that wasn't that. That was a shulker that hit me. I'm like, what happened? How did I get hit? trident. There we go. That's what I wanted. Nautilus shell? Okay. Can you drop a fishing rod instead? Oh, never mind. You're just going to drop all of the things. I wish I had, like, more food than that. Okay. We're using this, and we're using this because we need empty bottles. What's my favorite server? Are you talking about Minecraft server? I've actually never joined a Minecraft server. I mostly just play by myself. Do. Do I want to get gold ore though yet? I can't craft anything with diamonds. Like, not a single thing. Can you not? Also, welcome, Alita. Still no fishing rod. That's fine. Honestly, I should have used the, Oh, here we go. Perfect opportunity. Oh, good. And I set myself an ice trap in Twilight Princess. Can this guy drop a fishing rod? Nope, just gold. More gold. Lots of gold. That's fine. Okay, I need to find a goat in a boat. And I think that we're in a desert, which is going to be real yikes to find a goat in a boat. Advancement, because it's going to be a real pain to get to. I don't think I need rabbit's hide when I have leather, because then I can make the snow boots without that. But I do need copper. And because of the shader pack that I have, there should be a pretty decently easy way to find copper. Like right there. But I also need wood badly. Alright, so here's our current situation. We're looking for copper and amethyst. In order to get amethyst, though, we're going to have to go mining underground. Another trident, okay. Wait, didn't I see copper? Am I losing my mind? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, here we go. I need a copper block. Do I even have the ability to build blocks yet? No. That's fine. We'll at least get 9. That's more than enough. No. Okay. Da, 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 da. While those things are spawning over there and walking towards me slowly and menacingly, I will head that direction. What I need badly right now is food. And over in the desert, there's rabbits. And that's pretty much it. And rabbits are a pain in the butt to hunt down. So we've already gotten all of our structures in the overworld here. Actually, I do want to check this out. Because there's a possibility that it has a chest that has more obsidian in it. Unbreaking, vein, mending pants. I don't have any pants right now. Silk touch axe, perfect. Thick beans. All right. Oh, it's getting to that point again where it's like super hot. And I might have to quickly take another break so I'm not roasting and dying of dehydration. I'm gonna get some more wood. Do I have a boat? I do have a boat. Gosh, I really need animals though. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna take a second to I'm going to take a second to air out the stream room. For those of you who are new, at the moment, it's like 33, 35, 34 degrees here. It's hot as heck. And so I have to keep taking breaks in order to keep myself from, you know, overheating. So I'm going to open the door and take an AFK break. I don't actually know if it's the time that we were supposed to do it, but I've been trying to do it every 2 hours-ish. I feel like we're not at the 2-hour point, but also it doesn't matter. I'm taking the break right now. So BRB. I return. Whoopee. Welcome in, Hexy. I don't know if it's nighttime or daytime or what time of day it is. Okay, it looks like it's daytime. Bow, bow, bow. All right. Kind of some of the checks that are most annoying are the ones that we have available right now. Oops. I think I just accidentally disabled the shaders. That was not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. That is apparently the button that's right next to the map button. Okay, so let's take a look and see where we are. We're facing the wrong way. We need to go this way. Yeah. Follow the river. And we're looking for... thank you for the welcome backs. We're looking for a lot of things. Honestly, what I should have done is I should have done a seed check on this world to see where the goat in a boat is gonna be. Yo, Val, welcome in. Just steal this wheat. Steal this wheat. There's also another thing that it wants me to do, which is to grab the bad omen thing. Potatoes. I'll take potatoes. I'll take arrows. And experience. Okay. Is there anybody here that's got a banner on their back? Nope, but I think if I kill one of them, it should spawn others? Maybe? Okay, well, nope, there's no more here. Oh, hello. Okay, sure. Another crossbow. Nice. That one is mostly dead. I guess we can just combine them and then make a full crossbow. Hey! Look, another end city. Where's my boat? Oh, hey. I don't think jumping is doing anything. I think I've seen one with a banner. Oh no, never mind. Oh, jumping is doing something. I'm just failing miserably each time. You. Okay, that's fine. Sharpness? Axe? Yes. Wait, where'd he go? Oh! That's fine. All I need is bad omen. Okay. Can you stop with the knockback? Okay, well, we got the bad omen. So that's good. Yeah. Can I put this on, here? That'd be funny. Okay. Sure. Wait, hang on. Oh, no, I think in order to turn that into green dye, we have to smelt it, right? I don't think we can just... Yeah. Never mind. Not interested. I need to make another axe, though. The axe that I have here is going to break. Very quickly. Okay, we will move that, and we'll move this one back. And break this. But this is actually, like, the best end city that I can get. Surprisingly. Because there's, like, a whole bunch of good stuff in this one. Okay, except for when the ladder doesn't spawn. Oh, here it is. It's hard to jump, and I can't see anything. I said it's the best, but then I forgot about all this stuff. I'm sure it'll be fine. There we go. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I need to go up. I need to get hit by one. Yes, there we go. Danger, 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 danger. Keep on going. Keep on going. Yes, okay. There we go. Good, good, good. Go, go, go. Feather falling boots. Okay. Yeah. How about we get rid of these wheat seeds? Just casually eat some pork chops. Go away. And we'll put, protection, unbreaking. What do I have for my chest piece? Oh, unbreaking, mending. Okay, well, it won't vanish because I won't die. So, but I do need this. So get rid of this, I guess. Cool, we are done here. Is there any way to leave without dying? No. Okay. I lied. Actually, we have an elytra. I forgot. Put all this stuff away. And yeah, so we need a saddle for a pig, a saddle for a strider, and a saddle for a horse. But we have the elytra. We're gonna equip it and take this with us. And go over there where we originally had our boat. We'll put the elytra away. And we'll hop in the boat and run. Wait, what? Is this a whole different one? It is. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going all the way up there. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. But I do want this. Well, this is neat, being able to watch this on YouTube. Hey, shoot, how's it going? Alright, there is potentially some stuff underneath here. Okay, well, this is gonna stink. I'm gonna have to unbury it. Oh man, the rabbit scared me. I'm looking for a chest. There's a lot of scary here. Also, all it's gonna take is one enemy to spawn behind me. And slap me in. I just need to find the chest. Okay. Well, I don't think I'm finding it. I'm not dedicated enough. You know what? This might be okay. Do. Stubborn, yes, though. Yeah, I don't think we're finding it. Well, I'm pretty sure that is... all the places. It probably was overwritten. The chest was probably overwritten by all this stuff. Which is fine. I just need more obsidian so I can make another portal. Although that is out of logic, so it's not like too, yeah. I need to find a goat in a boat. I need to find a ancient city. I need to find a deep cave. Honestly, I probably should have gone. There's a lush cave, like, right there. But that's fine, because all we have to do is death warp, and we can go back there. So many end cities. I just want to be out of this biome. Deserts for days. Hey, another ship. Ooh. But I do like this. It's right in between this. That's gonna be yuck. Go away. I don't want you touching me. You give me the hunger. There we go. Now we have a chest. Okay. Well, I want these. You can keep the sand. I'll keep these. Is that another one? Oh, I just walked over it. Is there like two of them really close together? Or is that just a lava pit? No. Absolutely not. Not today, Mr. Creeper. Where is the chest? Did I see it? Is it in the wall too? Oh my god. Not again. Oh, I want this. Back to having garbage in my inventory. Okay, so we need we do also need what's it called? Gold blocks for an advancement. It's really annoying that this is blocking all this stuff. I just want to find the chest. My pickaxe is gonna break. Trying. I do really like the shader pack that I have, Mrinko. It is pretty fantastic. Oh man, it's windy. Okay, we have an axe. And I need a pickaxe. I am low on iron again. I love how you start with, what's it called? You start with, a chest, you add the shulkers, and somehow that makes it, go from pickaxe, or from regular axe to pickaxe. Yo, have a good night, Brinko. There is an awful lot of training dummies here. Rude. Rude. I just want hay. Okay, okay, I'm going. Calm down. How do you get Archipelago items in Minecraft? So you see at the top of the screen where it says advancements, 31 out of 70. Every advancement that I get will send out what's known as a check. And the checks for this game unlock crafting recipes. So for instance, I cannot make a block of anything, pretty much. Like, I can make a wax block of copper, but I can't actually make the block of copper. I can make, I can't make a iron swords. Oh, I can't actually do anything because I'm not in the right menu. Either way, you'll be able to see it when I go to an actual crafting bench, but I can't build anything that is a recipe that I haven't unlocked. And it's pretty cool. Oh, because I'm on the river? Okay, sure. Can I get out of the desert, please? I just want to find, like, another biome. There's, like, so many biomes I need to find. A jungle, a jungle, a jungle, a jungle, a jungle. Okay. So we're in a jungle. This is important. The reason it's important is because there is an advancement that we have unlocked right now to find parrots and view one with a telescope. So what we need to do right now is find a we need to find a lush cave, not a lush cave. We need to find a cave. I need to be able to see. The whole reason I have this shader pack is so that I can build torches. So that I can see. So what we're looking for is amethyst. We haven't gone down far enough to be able to see very much. But... Ooh, this looks a little foggy. Okay. Instead of doing something silly, we're going to take out our stuff from our shulker box. I really wish I had another shulker item. We're going to take out our elytra. Woo! Go down. Whee! This is not working. This is supposed to show me the underground here, but it's not. So I don't know why it's not, but it's not. Oh. It might be because of, yo, diamonds? Hmm. Is it because this cave opens up into the sky? Because that would really suck. I mean, it's nice that we have diamonds, but I need, like, I actually need iron more than anything right now. I can't craft anything with diamonds. And I really, really, really need to find a, yeah, this isn't doing anything. I wonder what happened. This should be working. There's iron. Here we go. Now we found what we're looking for. Well, at least some of what we're looking for. Oh, man. I'm in danger. Because I don't have my food out. I would really like a shield, honestly. Shield would be a big thumbs up. I need this. And this. Oh my god. Don't even think about stealing my stuff. Put that away. And honestly, I'm making very bad decisions right now. Okay. Especially considering that there's a creeper right there. There is more iron. There it is. I need iron. That's still not enough. But it's fine because I don't really... Okay, can I see now? No. Gosh, this map sucks. Okay. I'm gonna have to go by my mini map. Okay, I see one. Is it? Is it over here? Oh, never mind. Please go away. You! I need you! No, it didn't even give me anything. Nope. Nope. Oh my god, I'm dead. book down. Instead, I put a torch down. Yeah. I still don't see an amethyst, place. But I oh, glow ink. Yes. I need this. Don't even care about dirt. Nope. Nope, and nope. Okay. It's fine. We have another advancement here. We don't like spiders, no. Okay. One gold coin sent to Tunic. How's it going, Crash? Wow, how dare you? Cat is not stinky. Okay, we're now underground, and we have a base-ish. Hang on, what do I have for feats? Fire protection? I don't need fire protection feats. Okay, we're getting rid of fire protection feats, and we're putting on fire protection with feather falling feats. Because that's so much better. And we're also smelting some stuff, because yikes. Oh, I turned all my charcoal into... Okay, that's fine. We have some coal. We'll use that. Where's my furnace? Wait, is it in my box here? Where did my furnace go? Oh, it's right there. Oh my god. I was panicking. Saku, shush! Shush you! I need to turn everything that I possibly can into their smaller things, because I need to make space. Yeah, I don't need an iron helmet, and I don't need an iron chestplate. Because we've already got the iron advancement. But I need to find a skulk. Yeah. Which I can't see because my map sucks. Oh, here we go. Oh my god. Yes. Finally, we see stuff. Right here. Great waypoint. Amethyst. Actually, it's nice that it's purple. Save. This is an amethyst shard right here. That's what I need. The whole point of this was to get that. So over there is an amethyst. You lose your head if it wasn't attached? Yes. Yes. I am very much known for being very goofy with forgetting things. I need food. We're making this into food. Food and food. Potatoes is also food. I think we need what? Pigs can fly, or whatever the pig can fly thing is. And also the Strider advancement is the other one that needs a saddle. I think those are the only two, so I can probably toss the last one. And traveling, yeah, traveling a specific length on a strider, as well as using a warp fungus while on a strider. So both of those are strider advancements. What's that buff? This thing on my screen? That's it's a debuff. Actually, it's called Bad Omen. It is I attacked something, it gave me Bad Omen, and that, yeah. He's bad, yeah. If I go to a village right now, which I can't because there's no villages in the overworld, then I will be attacked by, or the village will get raided, basically. Yeah, exactly. So if you look at this, you can see the structure compass says wrong dimension. It's because the villages aren't actually in the overworld for me. They are either in the nether or the end. There's an end city here, and those are the only two that we have access to. But the village is in the nether or the end. I don't actually know. So I need, what, 9, 10, 11? That's 10, 11. So I think I need 11 copper, if I'm not mistaken. 12 copper. No, 9 plus 2. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yep. Nice creep. Someone's trying to scare me with creeper sounds. Nice. I don't need this, so we're getting rid of that. I also don't think I need a nautilus shell. Unless I'm crafting something to, like, breathe underwater, but also I don't think I need a nautilus shell to do any of the advancements that I need underwater. Because I can just, yeah, get doors. No one in this chat is trying to scare you? Okay, sorry, Teds. I feel like you're being sneaky. So we can't craft any of these into blocks, which is a little butts. Also, I don't think I need more diamonds than what I currently have, so I can probably pickaxe this into diamonds. I was like, if I can get fortune, that would be nice, but also I don't care enough now at this point. And I need this space. So this copper here is for, yeah. This is for boots, for walking on the other thing. This is for redstone repeater, is for being able to do the minecart stuff. Which I don't actually even see on this list. Oh, it is. Yeah, I see it. Okay, never mind. There is no way that we have enough coal for this. Which is fine. So when we die, we don't lose our inventory, we don't lose our XP, we don't lose anything, because you can get stuck in bad situations depending upon what advancements you're doing. So to prevent things from soft locking, yeah. There's not a lot of things that you can do. I still need so much more iron. Like, it's absolutely incredible how much iron I need. I need enough iron to make rails. I need enough iron to make, continue to make pickaxes, because that's the highest I can do. I need iron to make a minecart. And then if I need armor, I need... The max I can make is iron. The rest I have to find. Yo, Rice! How you doing? Once we go in the nether, we'll be able to barter with piglins, and we might be able to get crying obsidian that way. And ender pearls. Can you imagine vanilla? Oh, man. What's gonna be the structure in the end? I wonder if it's gonna be bastions or villages or... Bastions, villages, or nether... I mean, it can't be nether fortresses. Okay, so I need to go that way. Which is big yuck. Look at how many enemies are around me. Go, go, go. Stop if we find iron or creepers, apparently. Keep on going. Keep on going. Go away. Oh. Hello. I want to go down there. I don't know. I could go down there, but I'm a little nervous. Yeah, because there's a little bit of lava. We do still need more redstone. So we'll grab it while we're here. Amethyst is 38 meters, but it's up. Trying to find, like, the closest way to dig to it. It actually might be better to dig through the tuff. Because it's going to be faster than, faster than digging through deep slate. What? Oh, because I'm looking. Yeah, okay. I was panicking. I'm like, what? What do you mean I'm not digging the right direction? You dig slightly faster if you're at, like, max dig range as well. And I have no idea why that is. Also, how you doing, Rice? Weren't those coal blocks top left? No, that was, one, I can't make blocks of resources, and two, they were obsidian. And because I can't make beds, I have to build the nether portal where I spawn. Because if I die in the nether, having to walk all the way back to wherever the nether spawn is going to be absolute butts. Okay. All right, just one diamond. That's it. This game is cruel. Excuse me? Okay, that's fine. Where's the geode? I should be able to see the outside of it. Isn't this here? What layer is this? 32 to 47. Like way up? Oh my god, it's way up. Unless it's like, oh god. Oh, now we have a bot. Oh my god, there's one right here. Instead of digging all the way up. Amethyst. Better. Okay, we're going down there. At least we won't have to dig all the way up for it. Although it's going to be a pain in the butt to get back. I do think that there is, I'm trying to think. There's an allay with a birthday cake thing. I can't get that, though, until I get, what's it called? I can't get the birthday cake thing until I get... Ooh, I'll take this. Although I do need to build a... I do need to build, another pickaxe. I'm about to break mine. Gosh, this is such a pain to dig through. I put all my iron in the bin. Okay. Oh, man. Just think, after this, we have to climb all the way back out. It wasn't too bad to get in because we had, you know, an elytra. But getting out, because we don't have a bed, and we couldn't sleep close to here, means that we have to go, all the way up manually instead of flying down. I hear lava. I hear water. I see enemies popping up on the map. Oh, hi. Oh, hey. Ooh, yuck. Yes. Ooh. Convenient, I guess. I need one that's fully grown. I think that one's fully grown. Well, bam. EZ PZ. Finally, we have the thing that I came here for. One, two. Spyglass. And, of course, no iron. You know, I'm really sad about the fact... Oh, iron. Okay, fine. Use all the blocks that we don't need to use. That was lag, and that was scary. Okay. Lightning. Oh, shoot. That's right. I do... Oh. Wait. Oh. I see. Sorry. I know that I'm making a whole bunch of sounds and like, my brain's reacting before my body can, you know, make sense of what the heck I'm thinking about. But... I am not going to be able to organically get the villager, like, there's a advancement for the villagers not being struck by lightning because you have a copper whatever thing out next to them to prevent them from being struck by lightning. So my reaction was, oh shoot, I'm not going to be able to get that. And then it was, how am I going to be able to do that? And then it was, oh yeah, channeling book, because I can put channeling on my trident. And then it was, oh shoot, I don't have that unlocked yet. And then it was, oh shoot, I don't even know if villages are going to be in the, like, in the nether even. So I might even have to wait until I can get to the end. Yeah, the lightning rod. I would like to go up faster, but I don't have an efficiency pickaxe. And the only way I can get that is at the very top of this stupid end cities. But also I might die if I do. The great line of thought. Yeah, that's typically what goes through my brain, honestly. It's a little bit chaotic. I need more iron badly. Darn, I was hoping that this little, like, narrow passageway would have some iron in it, but instead it just has diamonds. I mean, yay for diamonds. But, I really, really, really need... Oh, yes! Iron! Also gross, because of all the stuff in the way. Please give me more iron. That's not enough. I'm going to go over here because it looks like there's a cave up here. But also there's deadly enemies up here I can hear. Well, heck. This doesn't go up at all. It just goes sideways. As a matter of fact, it goes down. Which is not at all what I want. Hey, that's fine. We'll put those away. What are we at? We're at -10. So we're almost out of the deep slate. Oh good, gravel. Gravel is much easier for me to dig because I have a diamond shovel. I am very scared that I'm gonna run into lava. Yo, regular stone. Thank gosh. Every time I find a little bit more cobblestone, I get it, or a little bit more deep slate, I'm like, oh god. Oops. Yes, coal. Oh my god, coal. Oh god, whatever. Gravel. Flint. Get rid of the andesite. I need coal, and I need a bunch of it because I need to craft things or smelt things, and I don't have any. Ugh! Okay, that's fine. So flint is used for flint and steel, although we probably... Oh, that's a great... What am I gonna do about lighting the portal? Do I have a... Oh, do I have a flint and steel? I do. Wait, that's it. Yes, I do. Okay, I must have found one in a, whatever it's called. In a chest by a nether portal, a ruined nether portal. Oh, is this outside? Are we what the heck? Is this a zombie farm? Oh my god. Excuse me? I was not prepared for this. We found a spawn room? Cool. Oh my god, and more iron, which is even better. Heck, the spawn room. I want this. No. Okay. We'll just quickly smelt some more iron. It's actually cooled off a little bit in here. Thumbs up. How are we doing? We still need goat in a boat, and we still need the shulker one. We still need parrot with the spyglass. Hey Sakura. GG for experience farming. It's Honestly, it would be good for experience farming, but we get experience from other games, so it's not super handy for us right now. Right now, what I need more than anything is iron, like badly. And I need to get back to the surface because there's a jungle up there. And because there's a jungle up there, there is a couple of things that I can do. Like getting a parrot and like looking at a parrot with a spyglass is an advancement, and it is on my actual logical checks right now. There's a bunch of other ones that we can do that are outside of logic because I kind of break the game a lot. But yeah. I'm going to break this. Pick it back up. We can put this away. So just make sure everything that I have here... You know, this would be a little nicer if it wasn't for the fact that, heck. I didn't realize that there was one in there. This would be a little nicer if it was closer to spawn. It is not close to spawn. This is like as far away from spawn as you could possibly get. We'll use baked potato. No. Okay, well. That's fine. Pick that up, pick that up. Go all the way to the outside of the room. Grab this. Golden apple. Golden apple. Darn. I was hoping it would be an enchanted golden apple. But nope. We got iron. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we got so much junk in our inventory. Take that. I'll take this. You take that. I'll take these. And I do kind of want the rotten flesh because I need them for another advancement. Isn't there two chests in the spawner room? Nope. Excuse me? How dare you? Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We're going up. Oh my god! A child! Goodness gracious! You know, I think that way is off limits. There's a lot of things here. Let's make sure we haven't left anything behind, though. We have our furnace, we have our crafting table, we have our shulker box. We have a lot more coal. Coal is also another thing that, like, gives us a lot of experience. But also I have mending on a bunch of my stuff. So... Chicken jockey for the memes. I haven't even heard a chicken down here. Goodness gracious. I can still hear them. I feel like I've been digging for days. Oh, you have lots of food? That's good. Oh, thank God, we're finally out. Oh, iron, 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 iron. Ugh. No, we're not going back in. I just need to make sure that I have enough of those for, goodness. That I have enough of those for when I, need to build a lightning rod. I don't even know that I need a lightning rod. Okay, this is not the jungle. That's the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Alright, we're looking for chickens. Eggs. We need eggs. This is so frustrating to have to keep on shuffling my inventory because I only have two, because I only have two of the shulker thingies. Okay. Sorry, chickens, but I need food. You right now are food. Alright, we're gonna be looking for parrots. So on my mini-map, you'll notice that there's some gray spots. And those gray spots could potentially be birds. Okay, well, there's chickens. So they're technically birds. But not parrots. Oh my God, you scaring me with the phantom sounds. I have so many chickens here. I'm going to keep on killing so that I can get the other things to spawn. Okay, this one is like the best at escaping. Excuse me, come back here. Come back here. Okay, now I have no more axe. I'm not running. I'm looking for a parrot. There's so many, like, things on my mini-map, but I can't tell what they are. Okay, this one's a cow. Skeletons. Sorry, I'm trying to be a little quiet so I can hear if I hear parrots. Yo, a parrot! There we go. Nice. Hey, Tukos, how's it going? Alright, so now we have a bit of a dilemma where we're in the forest or we're in the jungle, we need to leave. But it's a little dangerous because all the enemies have spawned, and also, you know what's nice though is that we don't have any phantoms that have spawned yet. Considering I don't have a bed or don't have the ability to sleep in a bed, it's nice. I don't have spiders. Go away, spiders. I need to leave this area. Oh, hey, another parrot. Oh, get out of here, spiders. Go away. This parrot's being a butt. It's actually making zombie sounds. I need to get out of the forest so I can look at my map. I'm by the forest, I'm in the jungle. Oh, hello. Have I been in here yet? I'm gonna guess no. Yo, oh my god. Hello, how'd you get in here? Okay. We'll put some of the stuff away. I need to close this off. Okay, go away. I'm being bullied. Okay. Where's my furnace? This can go in here. We need to melt the chicken. Or by melt the chicken, I mean cook the chicken. Melt, cook, same difference. Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I'm just collecting arrows for the Ender Dragon. Melt? Wow. 1 iron. And this was the other thing I needed. A redstone repeater. I need these redstone components because there is a advancement for shooting something from a specific distance. And yeah. I don't have the distance. So I need to, or like I don't have the skill to do that without using some contraptions. This is still cooking. Rotten flesh, we can put that in there. Oh man. Eggs I need for the cake. I need 2 cake advancements. So I need 4 eggs. And a few buckets of milk. I have enough wheat, at least. Gosh, I need more shulker boxes. I wish I could turn redstone into, I wish I could turn redstone into red dye. How is my stuff looking? So we're here. There's a whole bunch of jungle temples. But there's a place where we could possibly get obsidian. Like, right, up on... Oh, you can't see my mouse on this. Right here. I really wish I could turn this into blocks. We need glass bottles for honey. How I'm going to get campfires is difficult. Can I get honey without campfires? No. Gosh, I need to find a goat in a boat. Okay. I believe we have done everything we possibly can. So it's time to take this with. For some reason, I thought I just saw redstone. Ah! I forgot about my health. That's how you make chicken soup? You just melt a chicken? Oh my gosh. No. Thank gosh, it's daytime. Let's go. Now I don't have to worry about dying. Where's my boat? I think this is a sparse jungle. It sure is. Ooh. Hey, it's piggies! Ugh. Well, there wasn't any obsidian. So I'm not going to be able to... I probably won't be able to find enough obsidian to go into the nether. Ugh. Every time I turn around, there's another structure here. Villager structure. Now we're in a plains biome. And this is a better place to look for nether fortress stuff. Or like nether broken nether stuff. Because you can see it for farther. Well, bam, like that. But that's also back in the jungle again. You know, this shader pack looks really nice. Is this in the wall again? Oh my god. I'm big sad. Yes. Ah! Big sad again. Let's be careful with that. Hey, Luna! How's it going? That was super dangerous. Well, the good news is that we can just go this way. I'm pretty sure that that is an azalea tree. Maybe. Oh, no. Looks like it's an oak tree. Oh, it's a birch tree. I don't know. That looks like an azalea tree. I just want to find Skulk and enough obsidian to go into the nether. But also, I need to find a goat in a boat, which is on a jagged peak. But also, I need to find, you know... Oh my god, this is on fire. Bees! I haven't been picking up... No, I haven't been picking up the stuff that I should have been picking up at all of the nether fortress things. Or all the... Why do I keep calling it nether fortress? Ruined nether portals. I need gold blocks. Also, I feel like I break my legs way too much in this game. I remember... I do not remember it being so unforgiving. Let's put sand here. And here. Playing the inventory shuffle every time that we open one of these. Oh, thank God. We finally got another one. No, okay. Ooh, that's exciting. I've been playing Java forever. I don't even know any of the differences between console and is console Bedrock? Bedrock, yeah. And the rando is going pretty great. Thanks for asking. I'm about to be a noob all over again as I don't know keyboard and mouse play that well. I would be the same way on controller. So I know exactly how you feel. But I really hope you enjoy it though. One of the good things about Java, I don't even know how to pronounce it correctly, is that you're able to mod it easier. And that gives like a whole new layer of replayability. I like that you can use shaders as they never seem to be working properly on console. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm, that specifically is one of the things that I was referring to. There's an enemy over here. Is it Doggo? Why is Doggo enemy? Is it underground? Can I make you friend? Come back. Okay, you already... Apparently I already had friend. Yo, thank you so much for the follow! I say Java, but I'm English. You can't really mod Bedrock, hence why Bedrock has so many microtransactions. Really? I didn't know that Bedrock had microtransactions. Again, I don't really... I've never really played it, so I don't know anything about it. So, please, don't hate me. I'm thinking that we might be able to find a goat. There's two goat in a boat... Or there's two goat spawn locations, I think. But I don't know what they are. I think one has to be Jagged Peaks. And the other one... I don't actually know. I'm buying an add-on for Bedrock now. Because I'm a sucker for a cool mod. Listen, whatever you enjoy, if you have the funds to buy it, then why not, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with buying a mod because you like it. There's nothing wrong with any of that stuff. It's also, is this world open to followers? This actually isn't a server. This is, so this is a little bit weird. I'm going to explain it the best I can. But this is actually a randomizer. So, so you'll notice at the very top of my screen, I've got an advancement bar. And it says 33 out of 70. All the recipes in the game have been shuffled around, and every time that I get an advancement, I unlock something. Now, this particular game is involved in a multi-world, so every time that I get an advancement, I unlock something for another game. So you'll see here, when I got Glow and Behold, so make the text of any sign glow, it sent a golden coin to a different game completely called Tunic. Oh god, I think that's actually Phantoms. Ooh. So it's not actually a server per se. Well, it is, but it's a server that's on, like, for me to play through and get the items unlocked for other games. But yeah, that's why I have a diamond shovel and a stone axe and an iron pickaxe. I actually can't build, if you look at this, I actually can't build an iron sword because I haven't unlocked the recipe for iron weapons yet. I can't build blocks of iron because I don't have the ability to build blocks of iron. So it's just, imagine if you start the game, you punch a piece of wood, and instead of, you know, being able to immediately craft a stone pickaxe, you have to unlock it. And yeah, it makes you work for what you're looking for. So right now, I don't have the ability to make a bed. So if I die, I go all the way back to spawn. Which is why I'm being so careful at the moment. Because I am looking for goats. Because there's an advancement in this game called putting, like, goat in a boat or something, which involves putting a goat in a boat. And I don't have a goat nearby. So I'm having to run around and look for one. When do you decide to switch between games? Normally, it is as soon as I get into what we call BK mode. BK mode means that there's no available checks left in your game without another game sending you items. So for instance, at some point, I will get stuck. I will not be able to do anything else in this game. And that will be the time that I'll swap into, let's say, a different one. Tomorrow, oh hey, a slime. I need this. I need this badly. I don't need those. Go away, lime. I need, oh god! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Almost got killed by a creeper. But I need slimes super badly. My boat. But yeah, I'm gonna eventually get stuck. Right now, I've actually played 3. This is the 3rd game tonight, right? I started with A Link Between Worlds. I got stuck because I didn't have a merge bracelet. And then I swapped to Raft. I got stuck in that game because I'm missing antennae in order to be able to go to any of the islands that are story progression. I also... Oh, that's the wrong way. Hang on. Am I making a circle? I am. Go away. Nope. We're going this way. And then I was in Ocarina of Time, and I got stuck because I'm missing a lot. Oh, God. I'm missing a lot from Ocarina of Time, to be honest. No, no, no zombie children allowed, please. Absolutely not. Yo, nice, Chops. Good morning. Oh no, more zombie children. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. So, slime allows me to build leads. Eventually, when I unlock leads, leads also give me another advancement that I can do, but as of right now, I don't have them unlocked, so it doesn't matter. I'll let you blow up. Goodbye. I'll let you blow up. Goodbye. I can't tell if that's in-game or not. Oh my gosh, swamp, swamp, swamp. But even better, the ocean. The ocean. Nope, nope, nope. Where's my boat? Oh no. Woohoo! Where's my boat? Oh! So I will swap games when I find a goat. Or if I happen to get enough, what's it called? Obsidian to go into the nether. Ah, I almost did it again. No, I need gold. I need blocks of gold. Where's the block of gold? Is it up there and I'm just blind? Oh, yeah, it's way up there. Oh. You love my panel emotes? Yo, thank you. I got, I don't think any of the artists that made any of them still accept, like, or are even working on them anymore. Teo might, but she doesn't accept new clients. She makes all the emotes now for Silvervale and a few other people, and so unless you pay for rush order, and even if you pay for rush order, you still kind of get put to the side if one of the big VTubers wants emotes. Almost have 8. Okay, the good news is that because we are on the ocean, we can probably find a completely different biome, and I'm hoping it's going to be a cold biome because I really, really need cold biome stuff. Yours are super cute, thank you. I'm really happy. If you like them, if you like the panel emotes or the panel stuff that I have, it's the person who made it was Teo Chibi. If you want to commission them, that is the name. I don't remember how to spell it. THAOCHIBI? Question mark? Not with a question mark, but I think that's... Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. If you Google that name, you'll come up with exactly who did my emotes. If it's spelled wrong, it'll correct it. Because yeah. The Saku Tap emote that Sarata's just put in the chat, that's also done by her. An I in the end. My bad. I have to be super careful because I might just run into an ancient, or not an ancient city, but one of those other things. I should go over there. Ocean Monument. Somewhere over here, it looks like on my map. Yes, exactly. Ooh. Where's the gold? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, it's right there. Ugh. Gold, obsidian, and more nuggets. I always do my very best to make sure that all the stuff on my stream is like the top quality. I try to, at least. I'm not always, you know, perfect at it. But yeah. So I do take a very, very long time to update things. I do take a very long time for anything, but that's mostly because I spend so much time researching in order to make sure that it is literally the very best that I can get. Because, like, especially if people are gonna be, like, for instance, emotes, right? I want to make sure that if people are going to be paying for emotes, that they are literally the best emotes in existence. So I put a lot of work into stuff like that. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. So you crouch on top of this magma block, then you get your HP back. Or your not your HP, your oxygen back. Where is... Okay, well, doesn't look like we're gonna get the gold. Thank you, Luna. I would... Oh, my bad omen is what wearing out. Oh my god. The whole time, I've been throwing out gunpowder, but I just remembered I have an elytra. I can just fly if I make fireworks. There we go. That's a silk touch pickaxe. That's not going to do anything for me, to be honest. Unless beehives need axes. Your webcam FPS has blown up? Yeah, I know. That's because Minecraft hates me. If I turn it's not Minecraft specifically. I mean, it kind of is, but it's also Minecraft with I need to be careful because there's probably ocean monuments in here. It's Minecraft mixed with the fact that I have so many programs running right now on my computer because of the cycling of the I hear it. 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 Yep. Goodbye. It's right here. This is the ocean monument. Let's go this way instead. Where there'll be another ocean monument. There's a boat. You may see me slightly panic, but that's because I can't really see through the water. And I just saw like 500 enemies pop up on my screen. So I have no idea what I just passed. And I was oh, it was an ocean monument. See, look, there's one here. And there's one here. I saw like in the top mini map, there's like a whole bunch of red that popped up. I was like, oh my god, what is that? Yes, death. That's what it was. Absolute death. It's really hard to see anything. Man, I'm panicking now. Like, oh, where am I? Oh, there's nothing over here. Oh, thank God. Woo! Minecraft modded destroys RAM. I mean, it's not only that, right? Oh my God, yeah. My RAM is dying. It's not only that. There's a drowned city here. I kind of want to go and loot it. But also, there could be... a guy with a trident. Which would make this really stupid. But one of these guys could have a fishing rod. Out. Nope. 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 I heard that. Nope. I'm good. The second I hear the sound of a trident, I am out. I mean, to be fair, ocean monuments in Archipelago is different than ocean monuments in regular Minecraft. So, oh darn, I'm one off? I thought I had enough. Big sad. I just want to find a stupid goat in a boat. That's all I want, is a goat in a boat. All I keep finding is swamp. More swamp. Big swamp. Is that ice? Is that ice? Is that snow? Ugh. No, it's sand. Yes! I had to stand up to them with my stone pickaxe. Actually, I should check the chest. Oh, hello. Another one. Actually, we'll get oxygen down here. Grab the items in the chest, which is nothing. And then leave. It's dark. Do you have a fishing rod? No. Maybe you might drop one, though. Okay, well, fine. I didn't want no fishing rod anyways. I got so excited because I saw deep cold ocean. I was like, oh my god, that means we're headed in a cold direction. But no, instead it means that we're still stuck by swamp. Everything is swamp. Also, it's dark. Is this... What is this welcoming party I see over here? I don't want any of that. Do you have a trident? I don't think you do. Okay, we're gonna fight then. Okay, rude. I need... Oh, no, that's not that. I have one of those already. I don't need another one. I need a fishing rod. None of these guys had a fishing rod. And now I have another trident. Goodbye. Yep, I know. I'm going. Trident went yeet? Yeah. Because I'm looking for a fishing rod. Perfect. Because I can't craft them yet. I don't have enough space in my inventory for anything right now. But I need all this stuff. I can get rid of that. I think Look at the Sea is going to make it harder for me to get a fish. Never mind. Yo, we sent a royal cloak to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I need to go to an island, but if I go close to this island, it's going to immediately spawn a bunch of enemies over here, and then I have to worry about all the enemies over here. You know, I keep forgetting about the fact that I still need to build a pickaxe, or not a pickaxe, but a regular axe, because mine's about to die. You know, I keep doing that. Use axe. Break this. Get rid of that. Then I have a full axe. Yo, have a good night, Brett. Take care. Ice! Oh, yes! Oh my, oh no. Okay. This is good, but also yuck. Ice is good because I need it for, some of the other stuff that I need. Perfect. More obsidian. That is enough obsidian that we don't... Oh, actually, this is going to be perfect because I'm going to finally find a bed. So, in ice biomes like this, you can find igloos. And in igloos, there are beds. And I finally can find one. It's outside of logic, mind you. But I finally have a sleep spot. As long as there's nothing underneath my house. So, oh my god. This is literal perfection right here. Just so you know, I couldn't have asked for anything better. This is my new home. We're going to actually build a door. Because I don't want to have, you know, unwelcome visitors here. Okay. So, we have a couple things we can... Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. So, in here, we have another advancement we can do. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see that. But yeah, sorry. We do have we are a family friendly channel. So yeah. I know that it's a bit complex. Because it doesn't show it anywhere. Alright, this is another advancement that we can get. Put that there. We'll put this here instead. And if we do this, we can make, oh, yeah, yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't see what was, said. Sorry. I know that you just had a job. Sticks. Nope. I need sticks and arrows. Alright, let's try this again. Nope. This guy does not want to cooperate. I'm starting to not believe that you can get anything besides what you have. Oh, heck! Oh, heck! Oh, heck! Excuse me? What in the heck is going on? I know that you can get the other one. Okay, maybe you can only do it a couple times a day. I don't understand what's going on. He's either rolling like, yeah. Yeah, I'll try that. There we go. Well, bam. Oh. All right. Yep, what a deal. And zombie doctor. EZBZ. So, if I do this correctly, we have rotten flesh, which is the whole reason why I was dealing with this guy. Or why I was holding on to these. It was so that I could get... What I'm looking for is ender pearls. I don't know. I don't know that that's... Yes! Boom. Ender pearls obtained. Oh my god. The winner is me! Okay, so this is, yeah. We got a whole bunch of advancements we have coming now because we have the, we have the redstone, which will allow me to do other things. I still have sticks, but I do kind of want arrows. So what we'll do is... Oh, we don't have any more, yeah, okay. We don't have any more of that other stuff. Or sticks. We could make sticks, but I don't think I want to anymore. Here. Have a door. I'll give you a door because I don't want, it in my inventory, and I know that you're not gonna give it back if I walk over it by accident. Okay. We have gold nuggets. We'll turn this into gold. We could use the gold, actually, to get more... Because I could get a bow from him. Potentially. Okay. How do I want to do this? I don't have anything that I can give him. Because I think he needs gold to refresh. So now we have enough, yeah, we have enough for that. Is there water back here? This might seem silly, but I promise it's nothing silly. It's minecarts. Okay. The winner is me. We're at 37. We still didn't find the heckin' goat. Okay, so what we need is gold, sticks, iron. We'll put that in there because we're not going to use it for a while. I don't even know why I have multiple tridents. I did not take out redstone. One, two. Okay. One there, one there. 1, 2. I think this will be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Question mark? Maybe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do not need so much copper, but no matter what I do, I'm going to end up with it in my inventory anyway, so I'll throw it at you. Have some copper. Do you have the ability to trade this yet? No, you don't. Cool. put these in here. And I'll need a couple of redstone torches. 4 redstone torches, and I don't have enough sticks. One here. One here, one here, and one here. And this is going to be the most ridiculous thing in the world. But it's just sit in a minecart and wait for the advancement to pop. I don't really think there's much else. All right. So now we just sit here and wait. This isn't even an advancement that it thinks I can do, which is odd. Because I have the ability to craft, or I have the ability to get iron tools. And I have the ability to get, oh, actually, no, I lied. I see it on my tracker. Almost there. I don't even know how many laps this is supposed to be. Baby Park music? The only thing, anytime I hear Baby Park, I think of Baby Shark doo 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 doo, Baby Shark doo 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 doo. And that's not at all what the Baby Park music is. Eventually, I'll get the advancement. Maybe. It says 1,000 blocks. There it is. Well, good luck. Okay, well, that's done. So... You've done it! Okay, so now I have a bed. I know that there's water that way. Goodness, everything is copper. Okay. We're building our nether portal here, in case you're wondering what the heck I'm doing. Oh. Okay. We gotta take some of this stuff out of here. Ender pearls, we can't do anything with until we get blaze rods. We don't even know if blaze rods are going to be found in the nether yet. Trident is going to be useful for channeling, but I don't need 2 of them. We have carrots, and those carrots are specifically for pigs, for the stick thing. Smithing template would give us an advancement, but apparently it doesn't count, so... We have enough. We do. So we'll take one of these and build one of these targets. So these targets are important. We'll need to buy a bow in order to do that, but also we'll need enough redstone that will work as well. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I do have enough. Did I just pick something up? Do you have gold yet? Yes. No. Why? Is it not a new day? I don't have enough sticks. Even if I wanted to, I need to go get more wood. I need an apple for this. So we'll take this with us because we only need 8 of them. We need glowstone for a respawn anchor. Respawn anchor is glowstone and crying obsidian. 3 glowstone, 3 crying obsidian. And then we have to use 4 glowstone on it in order to fully charge it. We also need a lodestone, which is a netherite ingot and chiseled stone bricks. So I need a stone cutter, I think. Eggs are for cake, which we don't have. We also need wheat for cake. We don't have a bucket, so we can't make cake. We do need a saddle for a pig. We'll leave that here. But we also need a saddle for a strider, which we can take with us. Diamonds doesn't matter. We can't do anything with them right now. Leather is for feats. I need feats. Snowy biome needs feats. No, I need feats in there. The rest of the leather I think is garbage. What did I do with the other leather? Is it still in here? Yeah, it is. Ingot or nugget, that's garbage. Feats, yeah. There's that. There's that. That's for bone meal. That's for food. So I could look into feats now. I'm just saying. Cauldron. Cauldron should go outside. Oh my god. Hello? What do you think you're doing here? Yeah, you don't have anything I need. Excuse me, can you get out of my house? I need it to snow. Please and thank you. Goodbye. Ooh. No, no, but I do need more of these. What I need is a looting book. Or any kind of book, to be honest. That's helpful in that stuff. No, there was nobody else who lived here. Listen, whoever lived here held a villager in their basement and trapped them from being able to... Here we go. We got a bow. Trapped them from being able to do anything. Honestly, I should probably grab a couple more, but this is silly. Because I need one more, just in case. Just in case would be nice. Rotten flesh. Keep the slime balls here for toads. And leads. I should also dig down to see if there's any... Should just eat this fish. Make another pickaxe, because this is about to break. Put the thing in there. Alright. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam. Okay. We need spyglass out because we need ghasts. We'll put that. No, we need this. Put this away. Flint will put away because we've now got our fletching table going. I think we're all right with what we have. Maybe. Mending hoe. Don't need a hoe. That's for underground. Golden pickaxe. I don't even know how I got this. I want the silk touch to stay behind. I keep doing this where I'm putting it in the wrong box. I want the silk touch to stay behind. Curse of Vanishing. I don't even know why I have. I think I just grabbed it because I was in a rush. Nice. Okay. Well, here comes 2 advancements. Hopefully I don't spawn in the dumbest of spots. It crashed? Maybe? Nope. Oh, good. I spawned in the dumbest of spots. Well, we've got the basalt deltas that I spawned in. The... Oh. I hear it. I hear a ghast. Here, we're gonna have a whole bunch of bones. Because there's a whole bunch of skeletons here. So what we're looking for is the different biomes. So 6 different biomes. Also, we got 2 advancements. We sent money to Tunic and bombs to Ocarina of Time. I hear a ghast. Is it up or down? You know, I keep hearing ghast and then they disappear. gassed. I'm gonna lose my mind. There's something here. There's a structure. This is another fortress. Okay, so Nether Fortress is in fact in the Nether. Surprising literally no one. So the other thing is there... Ah, yes, a village. Okay, so bastions are in the end again. Actually, I can see them on my mini-map. There's one literally above me. Like, right there. Actually, there's one over there, too. I hear a ghast. There's one over here. Come on, ghast. I think the ghasts are... Oh. Yes! I was about to say, I think the ghasts are allergic to being seen. You have been perceived! Oh! There's one right there! Wait, did it just despawn? Wow. Oh, yes, all of these. All of this wheat. Go away. Man, now I really wish that I had brought in a, cow? I really wish I brought the hoe. It's going to be a very quiet village. I don't even know if there is a thing I can get in this place that I haven't already gotten in the overworld. I mean, the wood is pretty heckin' cool, not gonna lie. This, like, these houses are incredibly well built. Do I have enough wheat? No. But I need piglins, and they don't spawn in this biome. But you know what does? A warped fungus. I need 2 of them. Do. I hear a ghast. I should have this. I should also have this. Did I just see lava? I heard gassed. I no longer hear gassed. So we can't get the Bastion. Because the Bastion is in, the end. Which kind of stinks, because, It kind of stinks because... Oh my gosh. Are we doing this again? Cave layers? Can't you just go with whatever the layer is that I'm on? I need to find a couple of more biomes. Because I need to find... Is it Hot Topic? Hot tourist destination. 2 more biomes. They're both the ones that have trees. Distract piglins with gold. Subspace bubble. We can't do right now. It's fine. I really wish I had Depth Strider. Watch, I'm gonna get shot off the edge by a skeleton archer. There's one that just, like, as soon as it turns in my general direction, I'm running. I can see it on my map, my mini-map. Whew, never mind. Excuse me, goodbye. Wow, there is, oh, oh god. Oh, hi, you, yes, hi. I have pants. Okay, can you stop? Go away. Also, it seems like I did more damage to that guy. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? We're going to, distract you with gold. Oh, look at that. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. Hang on. Okay, distract you with gold. No! Distract you again with gold. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. Oh, heck. Oh, darn. What a shame. You got stuck in the hole. Okay. I need crying obsidian badly. So if you could do me a favor and give me crying obsidian, I would be really happy, okay? Was that regular obsidian? It was. Heck, no, no, you stay down there. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you mad? Okay. I can't tell if it's mad. Okay, what about now? Now you're mad. Okay. Stop giving me whatever it is that you're giving me. Okay, I keep missing the hole. What is happening? What is getting stuck on? Yeah, I don't need soul stand. I don't need nether bricks. I don't need blackstone. I don't need a fire charge. I don't need a nether brick. I still don't need blackstone. I need crying obsidian. I don't know what you just... There's crying obsidian in there. Okay. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Oh god, I stole the gold. Okay, I don't need that yet. This is getting really annoying. There we go. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's exactly how much crying obsidian I need. So... Perfect. Put my shulker box down. And I didn't bring my crafting table. Okay. I don't think I brought my... Oh, I did bring my glowstone. Oh, thank God. This is another... Okay, so we have a progressive crop plot to raft, which means we'll be able to plant trees for who's cutting onions. That's for getting the crying obsidian. And then a red rupee for a link to the past for not quite 9 lives, which is a charging a respawn anchor to the maximum, which requires us to get glowstone and all that other stuff. So that's good. Obsidian here. Okay. I think I made that guy mad for taking my gold away. But also I want to put some of this stuff in here so that I don't accidentally hack myself. I need another warp fungus. Oh, I made it mad because I opened the yeah. Forest. I made it mad because I opened the shulker box in front of it. That's what it was. I was like, why does he sound so mad? I keep forgetting. I do actually have to worry about this. Lava flows very fast in the nether. Baby piglins aren't hostile. Hey, Rashkavar, how you doing? Also, Hefe, I hope you're doing well. Rashkavar, I mentioned you earlier, and I can't remember why. One, two, three. Ominous? Actually, no. I do remember why. Because I was telling people, that you had given me the wording for a. Yo, thank you for reminding me. You had given me wording for one of my commands. Alright, here is another way to get ender pearls. But more importantly, there should be warped fungus here. Yes. This. And there's the other biome I need. So we just need to get over there. Not going to be a problem whatsoever. Hopefully. Did it heat up? Oh, yeah. I took a bunch of breaks. Because it got really, really hot. It's cooled down a little bit, but, yeah, it's definitely still really warm. It's that way. It's honestly, it would have been way worse had I not, like, taken the breaks that I needed to. Yeah, it would have been way worse had I not taken the breaks that I needed to. There is... Am I in the right destination? There we go. Eggplant seeds for hot tourist destination. These trees look cool as heck with the shader pack. I don't know what else to get in here besides returning a gas fireball. And also, right now, out of logic, is our nether fortress, which is right at the entrance here. So we spawned, like, around here. And nether fortress is right here. I should probably take the death and go back. This has mending, that has mending, that has mending, that does not have mending, so we're taking it off. Boom. There we go. Suck his neighbors. Wait, what about my neighbors? Heard how bad it was in Manitoba. I still have to take cover off the AC. Yeah, it was pretty gross. It was incredibly hot. I don't even know if I could get this with it enchanted. No. I don't think I could anyways, because I don't have the ability to craft anything. Assumed it was someone's loud car. Oh yeah. I tune it out. Honestly. At this point, I'm so like, oh yeah, them again. With their loud vehicles. We're at the point where again, this is outside of logic, so I'm kind of like just doing whatever at the moment. I can't build a bookcase, but I can build books. For that. At least for later. We'll build a bookcase later when we get the enchanting whatever the enchanting unlock is. The one thing that worries me, right, is the fact that I have things in logic. I don't know how like, it's possible that they might be just really awful to get. Actually, speaking of which, I probably should take a small break here to open up the door, because I can feel how hot it is on my face. So I'm gonna quickly go AFK again for another quick break. I'll have to do it again in like 30 minutes to feed Ruby, but also when I feel like I'm overheating, I'm not gonna push it. I'm gonna do it and then come back and then do it. Yeah, because with it being like 34 degrees Celsius in Manitoba today, it's just been so hot in the stream room. If I start to get too warm, I'm gonna make myself sick. So I'm going to take the break quickly. I'll be right back. Hi, return. Slightly less warm, but not very much. It is now at the point where it's warm enough outside of the room that it's not making like a super difference. Thank you for the welcome back. Am I unmuted? Yeah, I am. Okay, good. Oh, hey, lapis. I don't think I've gotten lapis yet. Oh, hi. You know what? I'm good with... Oh, hi. Nope. You are making it really difficult to dig down. I'm looking for... more iron? As well as, okay, well, there's water here, which is a bit of a pain. I see. This is gonna be worse if I don't close it off, because there's going to be enemies that fall from the sky. And I do want to go down, because I do want to find the deep dark. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god. Holy crud. Oh my god. This has gone tremendously badly. Okay, hopefully that cleared some of the enemies. Ooh. Oh my god. Thank gosh for golden apples. Let's not do that again. Please and thank you. We can hear you in the back. I'm here for iron and for deep, whatever it's called, the deep dark. But mostly iron would be pretty great. I'm so nervous. A creeper's gonna show up behind me and beat me up. I can't believe I fell as far as I did. What are we at? -12? We gotta go down deeper. I didn't even have feather falling on. I had unequipped it. I just didn't die. I know there's a zombie behind me. Go away. Okay, this guy has no business hitting me from that far away. Also, being able to see all this stuff because it glows is amazing. You're like, why are you passing up diamonds? They're right there. Yeah, but I can't use them. And this, more diamonds that I also can't use. There's a spider over here. I need better equipment, like ASAP. I don't have another axe. Go away. Okay, that works. Oh, what is this? Did it just blow up the TNT? Oh, that makes, or not TNT, but the other thing? That bums me out. I was actually looking forward to finally being able to use that with my, elytra. Hello. Ah! You are ruining my day. But it has friends. I'm sad. 15 billion arrows in my head. Move over. Yes. Get out of here. Okay. How are we doing? Underground. Negative 49? What? Is this really? Negative 49? There's no skulk around at all? Yo, thank you so much. Oh my god. How is there no skulk at all? Also, why is there so many of you? Can you not? Ugh, go away, spider. I'm so upsetty spaghetti. Music disc! No, I wanted the... I'm sad. I wanted the gunpowder. But I got the music disc. Also, Slowpoke, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 83 months. There is no skulk here at all. I guess we'll just jump in the lake of lava and go back home. Well, at least we got some more iron. And we finally have lapis. This is my first time getting lapis, which is so weird. Also, my monitor is lagging super hard, and I think I'm going to turn off my shaders. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better, but I don't really know that it did. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it seems to have. I actually don't know how to make a firework. Oh, okay, well that's simple. 3 of them. Simple. Oh, my elytra's right there. I'm like, where is it? Oh, my shulker box. I can put this, this whatever in there. Because I'm pretty sure that we're not gonna need... Yeah. Gosh, I need more wood. Badly. I very, very badly need wood. Because we're gonna make another axe. Again. And we're gonna make another pickaxe. Because I'm about to run out of these again. So where am I at in this world? 1,500 x negative 6,000. Wait, is it 1,000 in the positive? I'm actually relatively close to... a jagged peak. So I can't believe I traveled all the way over here. I made it all the way there, but I was slightly to the right. Six out of iron? Ooh, that would be pretty cool. Instead of chains? Iron bars. Have I a joke to you? Yeah, but iron bars, right, like, iron bars end up being, like, they're not used for tools. Decor, yeah, exactly. Okay. I'm gonna go to Jagged Peak and find myself a goat and put it in a boat, and apparently directly underneath the Jagged Peak is an ancient city. So there's guaranteed to be a thingy. So how do I do this? Do I just like... I don't actually know how to go. Hang on. That didn't work. Ah, I used them both. That's fine. Sadness. Very slowly drifting. Ow. Well, that did nothing for my elytra, thank gosh. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a ship. Oh, what is that, though? I'm so worried that I'm gonna accidentally find myself inside of, inside of an area that has an ocean monument. The way that everybody talks about, like, needing mending, like, super fast makes me always, like, suspect, or made me always suspect that you just, had to get mending immediately or it would just break. Oh, so you can still use it then. Well, sorry, you can repair it then? So it doesn't just disappear? Oh. Well, that's convenient. I angered the bear. Also, it looks like there's something under the ground near me. And I'm scared that it's... Is it an ocean monument? Or is this a drowned city? No, that's a drowned city. Because they're non-renewable in vanilla? What do you mean non-renewable? And city ships? Yeah, but you can get, like, there's more than one end city ship on a server. Oh, whoops. I need more obsidian. That's not got obsidian. Yeah, that is true. Not every end city spawns ships. That's why on the server, what I was planning on doing is, anybody that participates in the Ender Dragon fight would automatically get a Elytra, because otherwise it's just gonna be miserable for the person who, like, for, you know, when we have a lot of people, it's gonna be miserable for one person to go and, yeah, find each of the thingies. I feel like that's a pretty good and fair way to do it, is just make it so that, you know, you automatically get one if you're there. And I'm making it a stream event too. So it'll be normal stream time. I just haven't figured out when. I need to ask around and see what everybody's availability is. Custom crafting recipe? Well, that would be cool. I wish that I was, like, smart enough to be able to mod Minecraft. Like be able to make my own mods for Minecraft on servers and stuff. I don't know that it would, like, I don't know if it would work on a server that's already been created instead of, you know. I mean, I'm not an expert, so I have no idea. Okay. Whee! Oh, yuck. It would be nice to get one more shulker box, but also I'd be playing with fire. And I really don't want, there we go. I don't know how much I like that to be yellow, but that's fine. Can I get more obsidian? Nope. There we go. There's what I'm looking for, probably. A big, tall mountain with an igloo on top. Look, you can actually see this igloo actually has one of the structures underneath, because you can see the thingy there. I need to go up this mountain. Snowy plains. I need a goat in a boat. I don't even know what a goat, likes to eat? Oh, there's the jagged peaks. We'll get 2 advancements with this. We're gonna get light as a feather. And a goat in a boat. Oh, they like wheat? Oh, does that... hang on. Maybe that means that I can put out wheat and they will follow me into the boat. I'm surprised I haven't gotten the advancement for walking on powdered snow. You're telling me that not a single bit of this has been powdered snow? Oh my goodness. Loud vehicle. Listen, I can't have you kill me. I'm in the middle of a mission, and if my boots get damaged, then I'm not gonna get the powdered snow buff. Hey, look at this. That's... you're joking. What in the heck? There we go. Yeah, goat in a boat. Whatever floats your goat. Thank you, the goat. Where is the powdered snow? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on here. But we should have already run into snow that... Yo, have a good night, Rashkavar. I don't understand. Like snow block, snow block, snow block. How do I know which one's powdered snow? We've got to have found powdered snow already. No? I'm losing my mind. Maybe it's because there's a layer of snow on top of it? instead of powdered snow? I'm so confused. Okay, fine. We'll put regular boots on and we'll run around. Maybe? Okay, maybe it's not doing anything. I'm so confused. I just want to find powdered snow. There it is! Oh, yes! Light as a rabbit. Well, bam. All right, and right underneath it. Oh, God. We're going to dig. Oh, back down we go. Okay, here we go. We're going down this way. Oh yeah, my shaders are turned off. There we go. We're digging directly in between. Wouldn't it be funny if I didn't have my crafting bench? Keep on digging down. What are we at? We're at 63. Wait, why 63? Oh man. I didn't realize we were so high up. This is going to be our last in logic check. Well, besides blasting a gas in the face. And even that's not in logic. Because we broke into the nether. Just keep on digging down. Logic is more like guidelines. Yeah, but it helps me keep track of how long I should be spending in a game. Such a long way down. I guess it's daytime outside. Where am I? I very much dislike this map. Okay. Oh. Well, I think we've found the ancient city. We just need to do our best to not die. Okay. So, how am I going to do this? I do not have a bucket of water. And that looks like death if I fall. There's a time above the minimap. Oh, somehow I did not even notice that. Gosh, that sound effect scared the pants off me. Okay. My pickaxe is gonna break. I would like this to be slightly closer. Darn it. That's fine. We'll just get rid of this. I also need... No. Oh, heck. Okay, well... Progressive Master Sword to Twilight Princess! Hooray! Okay. We sent Master Sword to Twilight Princess. I need to get an enemy in here for my last advancement. There's a shrieker right there. How in the heck? There's no enemies that spawn down here. Okay, whew. That didn't set anything off. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh no. Put that away and put that away. Spock, thank you so much for the 105 biddies. I am in fact digging a hole. I am a little bit nervous about the fact that I'm digging a hole in the deep dark. I need to get enemies in here. Oh, heck. So enemies won't spawn in the ancient city or in the deep dark. We have to bring them down here. So it looks like there's a couple above me. That way. Okay, good. I got so much garbage in my inventory. I just hope it's not a creeper. Honestly, if it could be a zombie, that would be perfect. Because a zombie will follow me to basically the ends of the earth. While not shooting at me from afar. If it's a creeper, then I have to be a little careful. And if it's a skeleton archer, well then heck me, I guess. Come on, bring it on. Need to not die. I'm hurting. Crying. I have way too much stuff in my inventory. Oh, I don't really want to go all the way over there. You know what? I don't think that I don't think it's too you know, too important to get the the it spreads thing. Hopefully. We'll see. Can I like glide down? If I let's see. If I like jump. If I hit a wall, will it automatically make me not? Like break me out of the thing? We can try. We can try. Gosh, but I wouldn't give to have gunpowder so I could fly again. Oh, that's so far. Okay, boat. Here, what I'll do, I think it's narrow enough that I think I can put an enemy in a boat and then ship it down into the bottom. Maybe. That was lag. So it's 9:38 daytime, 9:39 daytime. I think that's gonna be night soon. It looks like the sun is setting. But it's unfortunate because I'm not on an area where there is going to be monsters that spawn. I really, really, really need gunpowder. I wonder how you make panda bears have babies in this game. Like, I know if you feed 2 cows wheat, you get baby cow. But I wonder 2 bears, there's got to be a way. Gonna get some actual enemies here, which is nice. Oh, these are drowned. Never mind. I thought they were gonna be... Ah, rude. Oh, God. Hey, you know what? I'm good. Give me that, please. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My primal Canadian fear here. Underwater. Or stuck under the ice, under the water. I don't think I'm gonna get to, I don't think I'm gonna get to land before I have to, or before it's daytime. Which is gonna suck. Because I'm not gonna be able to get any gunpowder, and I'm not gonna be able to put any enemies in a boat. I know that night is supposed to be longer than day in Minecraft. Oh. But sometimes it feels really short. When you need it to be long, that's when it's short. Woo! Sadness. Yes. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost at the thing. Oh my God, look at this though. Look at this sky. Give me creeper. Gunpowder. Gunpowder? Go away. I don't need you. I don't even know if I got gunpowder. I hope I did. Did I get gunpowder? I didn't. Okay, how about you? Am I not getting any gunpowder? If so, I'm gonna be really unhappy. Am I not seeing it? I don't see any gunpowder. I see a billion zombies. Oh, yes, you. I may have gotten things a little bit out of hand. This is bad. This is a little bad. Oh my God. No. Oh God, please. there's stuff on the ground. Give it to me. Give me the gunpowder. Thank you. Goodbye. Oh my god. Ah. 4 gunpowder. Perfect. That's all I need. What else do I need? This. Lots of sugarcane. Lots and lots of sugarcane. How much we got? 7? That's not enough. That's okay. Woohoo! Ping. Okay, if we can get there, how far is it? Oh god, it's still so far. It's still so far. And it's almost day. Hi, goodbye. Please don't. Ugh. Crying. Bam, bam, bam. I'm testing an elytra. As soon as I figure out where I dug into the mountain. I feel like there's gotta be like broken up sugarcane on the wall here. No. Okay, you follow me because I need you in a boat. Okay, the spider I don't want in the boat, though. This is maybe not good. I don't want any of it. I thought that it was around a tree. I thought it was that tree. Oh, it might be that tree. Was it this tree? How the heck did I get down there? Was it even higher up? I don't think so. How in the heck am I? Oh, it's not even at this mountain. That's why. This is gonna be a problem. Well, we're not taking the boat, that's for sure. We're not taking the boat down there. Well, bam. Actually, I remember this hill exactly. Because I remember that there was that cave that I was like, that would be probably a good idea to go in, and then I didn't. Bow, 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 bow. Let me in. Only one more check. Literally one more check until I put this game in BK mode and don't have to touch it again for a bit. But wow, it is giving me a run for my money, that's for sure. I am on the wrong side of the mountain. Bam, 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 bam. I just want to finish this. Okay. So there's a death over here, which is where I dug. Yes. So I'm going to test this. If I fall and die, then, oh, hi. If I fall and die, then we are going to... Oh, my God. Not try this again. I'm dying. That 100% did not fly. Okay. It didn't work. I don't think any amount of feather falling would have helped me either. I was wearing leather boots. But yeah. That's fine. We're gonna save this. It is currently saved, and we're gonna wrap up here because I need to go feed Ruby and also eat, 'cause I'm starving.